And you are listening to another edition of Blewett's Blitz. Apparently, you guys can't hear, which is brutal start to the show because starting the show off, rocking the New Jersey, which I will show a little bit. You guys know as last week I got the sauce chain. We got to be a little bit stupid. We got to have fun in these games. When I show up to a game and I have a sauce chain on and a sauce jersey, which actually says sauce. I don't know if you can see it right there. Yep. So I'm doing something else too. I'm surprising my buddies. So I got us all chains and we all have the jerseys. I also got like a little like a Frank's Red Hot sauce chain. So Frank's Red Hot sauce chain, sauce jersey. We're going in. We're going in on sauce. If he's good, great. Let's ride it out. If not, then I'll put all that stuff in the garbage. That's just how it is. I get excited after the draft. I'm a fan after all. I'm going to have to figure out how to share my sound on my computer because apparently you guys couldn't hear the intro, which was why I was late. You guys were getting on me for getting late. One, having a couple of beers. We're having a couple of beers tonight. Hopefully, if you're able and willing, maybe you crack one too. If you don't drink, don't do it. Don't let me be the bad influence. But downloaded the intro and now you guys couldn't hear it. So we're going to have to do that in a little bit because that is very disappointing. Failure to launch. Let's see who is in here. The sun, just like last week, is going to be directly in my eye. So I might be putting sunglasses on at some point. So I'm going to have a jersey on with a sauce chain and sunglasses because I think all the Wednesday and Thursday live streams for the rest of the summer, because that's where the sun is, glasses. Because this sun shit in my eyes is really annoying, especially when you're trying to read a screen. So glasses might be coming. So when people come in an hour and ask me why that's happening, you guys know why. So Eagle wasn't here at 5:07. Pressure on the three most important people: JD, Salah, Zach Wilson. Still, oh yeah, and with other stuff too. I didn't even pull up like any of the topics. I just completely just started it for no reason, without preparing at all. Congratulations to Rangers fans. I didn't mention that. I don't hate the Rangers. I'm a Devils fan. They've won obviously some championships since I've been alive. I don't hate the Rangers. Am I going to lie if I said I want the Rangers to win? That would be a lie, but I still don't hate them. I know a lot of them are Jets fans, so got to give that to you guys. We're talking about a couple topics today: rankings, the schedule. We'll put. I don't know if I'm going to go through like a official prediction for the schedule in terms of like game by game. I might just give thoughts, but maybe we do a prediction. I don't know. That depends on you guys. If you guys say you want me to do wins or losses, then we'll do it. But I want to go through and give general thoughts on the team and kind of how it falls at what time of the year that they're playing these teams on. We'll talk about Zach Wilson, talk about needs, free agents that we could target. We'll talk about a little about Treylon Burks. I don't know if you guys have heard anything about that, but somebody pointed out. I think I did. It was Buffalo Jets fans live stream like 2 days ago, maybe 3 days ago now, and somebody mentioned that he failed to get through his first practice. So I looked that up, and that was true. So we'll talk about some numbers. We'll talk about UDFAs. We'll talk about the defensive line. The glasses are going on, people, because the sun is driving me crazy. So, all right, let's get through the rest. When the sun goes down at 8 o'clock and we're still talking, these will come off. But this is necessary right now because they're trying to drive the sun in your eyes. Why are you going to do it? All right, let's keep going to the chat. Adam Gase, let's go Jets. If you really look at it, Adam Gase may have started this entire thing in terms of getting hired, getting McCagnon fired so quickly, taking over, getting Joe Douglas involved, and then getting fired, 2 years down the road. So 8-6. Once the Nets got shut out of the NBA playoffs, I couldn't find myself as into it as I was before. So I kind of backed out a little bit, but I'm following along, watching a game here and there, but I'm not really going through it. Swolzy, can we discuss week one? Ravens are basically the same team, easy to game plan for. Will be an unknown with no film to compare, but it's Lamar at his freshest. Yeah, and we'll talk about the schedule in a little bit. The problem with the Ravens, too, is the fact that they are so athletic on the ground game, and they emphasize the ground game so much. And right now, the Jets, their biggest weakness on the team is what? We're talking the linebackers. Obviously we want to tackle, we want a safety, we want a bunch of things, but linebacker is the thing that can really hold back this defense. And against the Ravens, those linebackers are going to be emphasized. And then the same thing with the defensive line. You only lost Foley, and we already struggled on the interior of the defensive line in terms of shutting the run down. Now we lost the best run stuffer. So it's going to be tough to play the Ravens. We'll talk about it, but I do feel like a complete idiot with the glasses on. I'm not gonna lie, because I hate people. One of the things I make fun of immediately is people who wear glasses inside. I'm sorry, it's just a funny thing to me. When you don't need them, you're putting them on. But right now, the sun is affecting me, so that's kind of what they're made for. So, what's up, Verge Tibbs? He's watching later. Mike, what's up? Assassin Cartman. I bet Kyle Smith has a Galaxy. I guess, yeah. I always forget people on Twitter. That was you on Twitter. I guess he doesn't like people with phone Galaxies. It's kind of a little bit weird, but it is what it is. Alex Hunt, late. Yes, I know. Can hear. Yes, I appreciate it. I will get through it. Joey Breakdowns, we here, bro. Appreciate you. What's up, Nick? You'll be happy to see all the first round. Yeah, that's another talking point too. Is like, and it's really not that big of a deal. Like, when you're getting to the point in the season where the headlines are, this rookie signed his contract. It's a dead point. But with that being said, the Jets in past years, whether it be Sam Darnold, Quinnen Williams, these guys were not signed until a couple days into practice, and they were missing some practice days because they weren't signed. It's like, what the hell is going on here? Like, why not just all the language is like taken care of? Just guarantee the money and just let's go on here. So it is a nice little change around, and it's nothing big to anybody else, but Jets fans, we know how annoying they could be to not only just 3 first-round draft picks, but just 1 first-round draft pick wouldn't sign for the entire summer. So to get 3 guys done by May, I don't know what the date is, 17th, 18th. Rob D, what would you rather hear coming out of camp? Becton dominating Lawson or Lawson dominating Becton? Both have their drawbacks. Good question, Rob D. But the thing is, Becton had those. I might have to turn the fan on, by the way, too. It's getting a little hot out now in Jersey. So the thing about Becton is, like, he was getting dominated by Jordan Jenkins in his rookie year, and then came out in his rookie year and was nearly, top 10-ish, wherever we want to argue in terms of where he finished in his rookie year. Again, however you quantify that. And Lawson, his year 2, was dominating him in camp. He's a better player than Jordan Jenkins. So for Lawson to be where he's at, and where he was at before the injury with the Packers, joint practice thing, I would rather hear Lawson, just because I think Becton could still be good getting beat up by Lawson because he's not a good matchup. But at the same point, if you're asking just in a vacuum, okay, well, who would you rather have be dominating? It's Becton or Lawson. It's obviously Becton because he directly relates to Zach Wilson. So we want him to be the most successful and tackle. He's obviously younger too. Lawson has had some injuries, and the chance, listen, he's had a couple of leg injuries, ACLs and Achilles tears, etc. So even if he makes it through the season, how much longer is he really going to play and be completely healthy? Where Becton, yeah, he had 1 year of injuries, but it's an interesting question because both have those questions. But Becton, Zach Wilson, rather have Becton. Nick, oh, Jesus, it went all the way down. So hold on. Let me scroll up here, and there's more people joining. I'm wearing glasses because the sun is destroying me in my face right now. Let's see. Where am I at? Phil C. I'm missing stuff. I am still too far up. You guys lit up the chat pretty quick tonight. God damn, guys. I was like, oh, it only went down a little bit, and I went to go up like 15 questions, 15 comments, and there's more in here. Okay, Nick G. Sauce, we're back. Scoopy, what's up, man? Shadow Maniac, what's up? Looking fired. Joe, what's up? Braden. I do, like, in the back of my mind, I do want to be one of those people to just say buy retired people's jerseys and just rock like the Leon Washingtons and Cotries and all that stuff. But then when they draft players that you push for consistently on streams and you tell people about, I'm going to get their jersey. Like, I'm not going to lie. And you guys know, like, overall, I'm a Jets fan, and I will root my absolute heart out for both Jermaine Johnson and Garrett Wilson, because if they ball out for the Jets, like that's a good thing. I want to win games more than do streams, do anything. Like, I want to see the Jets win that Super Bowl first and foremost. But it's not like I love them in the pre-draft process or the pre-draft process. So obviously, if they end up being really good, okay, maybe you change your mind. But when they draft a guy you really, really like, and obviously having all the arguments for Sauce Gardner, you got to rock it, and especially when he has the chain and the sauce and stuff. Like, it's great. Like, going to a game with a hot sauce bottle around my neck is going to be hilarious to me. Drinking, having fun, going to some tailgates. I'm looking forward to it. Sauce, Raw Power, can't wait till the home opener. We need to rock the house 100%. I already know the tailgate's going to be wild. I know it's going to be, I don't know exactly how long people are going to be there because it's just like preliminary stuff, but I at least know I'll be with my buddies. It'll be, 4, 5, 6 of us, whatever. I know we're meeting up with Tyson and Kevin And I know Jets Talk 24/7 and Green Bean and Matt O'Leary. It's already being discussed. I have to play Tyson in beer pong, so we'll see how that goes. I haven't played beer pong in years, but I was never bad at beer pong. I'm bad at beer pong when I'm sober. Weird. Same thing with cornhole. Unless it's like a tournament, which we have like the PBA for so for work, we'll do like PBA cornhole tournaments. And I'll be like, okay. But once I get like not drunk, just like a good buzz going, cornhole, definitely better. Same thing with beer pong. So hopefully it's after, a couple of drinks. So it'll be fun. The home opener is going to be an absolute blast. So make sure you guys figure it out. I'm usually in J1. I don't know where everything is happening, but J1 is always a good time. What's up, Nathan? Mike, it's definitely drink night. Yep. Night off of work. I know Wednesday night might be weird for you guys, but I have some fat tires, and unfortunately, I thought I had more fat tires, and I have to drink some Millers, which is not the best thing in the world, but Miller is like my go-to day drink. Like, obviously, I don't like to even drink like early day, but Jets games, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. You're drinking Millers until maybe you get to like 11, 12 o'clock. You can start throwing some IPAs out there, but it's usually Millers. So Yingling too, but Yingling's a little bit heavy for 8 a.m. So we're going to have to excuse a few things tonight. One, the glasses. Two, if I am having a couple of beverages with you guys, then I might have to run to the bathroom. So don't bail out, 100 of you when I go to the bathroom. Let's see. Eagle, Rob D. Oh, the intro, just missed it. Braden, I have to do that. I don't know if I could do that now because I'm an idiot in terms of figuring some stuff out. But I heard it in my earphones and you guys did not hear it. So we're going to hopefully figure this out because you guys need to see the intro real quick. It's just every once in a while, Nanio will just implement a couple new videos and it just slowly takes shape to be a different thing. But share screen. All right. Right. You'd assume. Intro. Okay. Share and volume up. Let me turn my Bluetooth off. I don't know why the Bluetooth is on, but let's see. Which I know this is not the best opening topic here, guys, but that's going to bother me if you guys couldn't hear the intro. Can you guys see that? Can you guys hear it? Somebody tell me if you can hear it. You know what? You're not going to be able to hear it. I know why. I am terrible with computers, but I know I have to make it come through my mic so it can pick up, or come through my computer volume thing so you can pick it up through the mic because I don't know how to make it play. Okay. Can't hear. Yep. Give me a second, guys. It'll be 20 seconds. Sound. Up.
He has good technique, he will be feeling. If his technique becomes great, not just good, then he's a Hall of Famer. Drive face, full cell vertical, get into the blind spot, and he absolutely burns it. Corner is lost. He literally has no idea. It's actual film, it's actual football talk. It's a football show, she's about football, not storylines.
All right. And you guys in the chat, I can't get, hold on, let me actually go like this now and then change it back. Okay, cool. So that's what I have to do. People in the chat literally saying, are saying, can't hear it. And then other people in the chat are saying, rip headphones, bleeding ears. So I didn't know which one to do. You guys kind of led me in both directions, either turn it up or not turn it up. So that's your own fault. So that's the intro. Boohoo, 3 minutes late, Crimey River. What's up, Sigs? Inside, is that like, I don't know. I don't know if it's like something else, but is SIGs in terms of like the handgun SIGs, or like what kind of SIGs is that? Or maybe I'm just reading the name wrong, but I'm curious because I have a SIG. I was curious if you have the same SIG. Eliezer, I never catch a show on time, but thank God I'm here. Yep, go through the schedule a little bit. I just wanted to talk to you guys. Obviously, these are going to be going throughout the year. Like, we're not going to miss a live stream. Last year, we started to do once a month, or when we started doing live streams like 2 years ago, we were doing once a month, and then like busy times, it was okay every week for the games, and like every other 2 weeks in the summer. But now I just want to do every week. One obviously with Kyle Smith, and then one with you guys. I'm gonna have Marcus Coleman on for the DJ Reed and Garrett Wilson breakdown. It didn't work out with Sauce. I'm busy, so I just got to do them when I can do them. I recorded Sauce yesterday, today's Wednesday. Yeah, I recorded it yesterday. It's just over 2 hours. We get into the nitty gritty on his film. Corner is my favorite thing to break down. So I really wanted to break it down with Marcus Coleman, but really get into it. And you're going to learn a lot about Sauce if you haven't watched the first one. And I think you're going to learn even more because I learned new things watching another 7-8 games about him. So it is a fun time. Heat and 6, sure. I'd rather have the Heat than the Celtics, to be completely honest. Phil C, what's up? Daniel Murphy. I'm a Devils fan. I hate the Flyers. The Rangers just suck. Yeah, I'm with that. I hate the Flyers. I even hate the Penguins. The Rangers do just suck. Like they always make it. Like they're always the team to just get to the first or second round and never win. Which I get is like relatively successful. But then when Rangers fans try to talk shit and saying, "Oh well, they've been better since we've been alive," it's like, no, I've seen the Devils win 3 championships. Obviously, I was really young, but different thing. I know obviously there's people in here who are older than me who have seen multiple Rangers championships, but coming from my era being 29, you know. Let's keep going here because I'm already behind. I'm 10 minutes behind already. It's crazy. I get behind in the chat so much because I try to hit all the chats. MB99, Justin. I hate missing stuff. Can't lie. Those sunglasses ain't saucy. I think Sauce disapproved the selection. They were $5 because I was going on vacation and I do not wear sunglasses. I only have like nice sunglasses for work. So they're literally $10. There's these ones and like blue polarized ones, but yeah, I'm not a sunglasses guy. You know, I was in Aruba. Who needs to have good sunglasses there? Curtains are dope, my guy. Yeah, Swolsey. Hey, I get it, but I just moved into the house, you know, about a year ago, and certain things need to happen. I didn't realize the sun was going to be right there because I'm usually not in here. I just got here. Are you hungover? No, I'm not. The sun is just directly in my eyes, outside my window, so I need to put these on. Let's see. Keep moving on. Max Mitchell. I don't know what that means exactly. Kids. Okay, hold on. I don't know what's happening with the chat, by the way. Like I'll be like in my chat at like 6:10, and it'll just fast forward like 12 minutes down. What's up, Steven Angle? You know, likewise, County guy. Boston plays on the right right. Yeah. Good point, Michael. Too. Like obviously, it depends on where Becton's going to play. Is Becton going to be the left tackle in camp? Is he going to be the right tackle? Because and people are going to. They're going to think the battle's going to go through the whole year, which it might, but the Jets can't just go into camp and go into, OTAs and all this stuff with Becton just playing left tackle and just playing left tackle as well, because then what is Max Mitchell going to play right tackle like as a starter? No, you want that starter to get those reps, especially if Becton's having to move or Fant's having to move back where he played left tackle for an entire season. You're going to want to see those guys get plenty of reps. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I really don't know. It depends on how Becton responds. Review. Did I just skip out? So that's been happening too. My upload speed or my speed is like 350 megabits. So I don't know why that happens, but sorry for lagging. I'm gonna have to figure that out with freaking Comcast or something. Let's see. But yeah, lots of plays right. How much are you looking forward to hearing Iron Sharpens Iron in the next coming months? The good thing is I'm not really on Twitter like that unless I'm putting up something, and then I react to the people who react to my stuff. So I don't really interact with the timeline a ton. So I ignore that stuff. I do. What's your opinion on the Jets and Giants moving back to NYC, or do you prefer them in Jersey? I live in Jersey. The stadium's 45 minutes from my house. So Jersey, it's how hard is it to get into New York? And the thing about listen, it's great. It's a great idea to do that. Like it's great having MSG or even Prudential Center and just getting on the train and just going right there. Obviously MSG being easier because you're in the building. But with football, like you need to tailgate. And where are we tailgating in New York? So I would hate it for that reason only. For that reason mostly, I should say. Tailgating. It's going to be non-existent unless you find some abandoned train yard or something like that. Okay, like I know they're talking about wherever that yard was, that abandoned train yard. Like something like that. Okay, but it's going to take me probably 2 hours to get there, or back home at least after the game. But even now with the games, like I come out of the game, we walk out at like 4:45, and then usually we crack another beer or two, and then like grill up like a hot dog or a hamburger and wait until like 6:37, and then drive home. There's no traffic because who cares? We just watch the 4:00 games and have a couple of beers, and then driving home, and then you're home for like basically the start of Monday Night Football. That's what we do. So I don't really deal with a lot of traffic, but still from New York, it would be obviously exemplified. So I don't want to know that. What is JD Salah thinking for run defense? that they're just going to be better, that with more guys up front, more healthy guys, it's going to make an impact. But none of the guys are getting back really to me are run defense guys. Like you have Solomon Thomas, not a run defense guy. JFM, not necessarily a run defense guy. Carl Lawson, not necessarily a run defense guy. Like Q to step up, JJ to be there. I think they do add a D tackle, but even with Ogunjobi, like he's not the best run defender. He's hit or miss. Like he either makes a splash play for -3 yards on a run, or he will get blown out of a gap and let up a 15-yard run. Like that's what it seems like with him, which I'll look into more. But they need to add a guy to me. That or get another linebacker. But even the linebackers you get, like Deion Jones, if they do wait post June 1st, or if it is Quan, none of those guys are run defense guys. So that's why I think the Jets are going to struggle. So there's going to be some ways on offense, and I think I said this on Buffalo New York Jets fans page. Like this offense can dictate to people, or maybe he said it first, but this offense can actually dictate to people. Some teams are going to be able to dictate a little bit to the defense because of the run game. The teams that run it really well, I could see you struggling with. And that's the thing with like week 2, you have Nick Chubb, you have a really good offensive line. That could be a tough game, even with Jacoby. With Watson, I don't think we win that game. I'm not going to lie. Like with Watson, I know we could be rusty, all this stuff. You know, they don't have the best receivers. They only have Amari Cooper. Landry's gone, Beckham's gone, all that stuff. But their run game, and the Jets could step up and contain it. It could happen. Like adding a guy like Whitehead as a safety could make a big impact. Mosley playing with more talent around him can make a big impact in terms of the run game, but sketchy to start the season that way. Like I'd rather play the Browns and the Ravens late in the season when the team is gelling. Like, so we'll talk about the Jets season overall, but that's was like my initial thought looking at it was this team is so young and so new in terms of even veteran guys coming to the team. It's going to take them a little bit to gel together. So I'd rather have the tougher part later. At the same point, like when people are talking about the Patriots being the first game, I'm not gonna back into a corner and cry like a bitch and beg that the Patriots don't beat us, because I think the Jets can beat the Patriots. I think just based on the roster, they should sweep the Patriots. Now, factoring in Bill Belichick, okay, maybe we're talking about a split. You definitely can't lose 2 games to the Patriots again, though. That's for sure. So it's going to be an interesting case there. Where the fuck did you even find that Sauce Chain? Well, pretty awesome. If you literally Google Sauce Chain, like that's all I did. He was drafted. I was having beers and I said, okay, I need a Sauce Chain. Sauce Chain, pretty simple. Now it's sorry, my buddy texted me. Dak has way less excuses, but he still has them. Schedule is brutal. No clue if Garrett Wilson would be good or if Moore Davis could stay healthy. Becton may go down. Defense could be. Yeah, okay. So MB, like people are going to get on you for this because it's negative, but you have to look at everything's not going to work out for the Jets. Like in no way, shape, or form did we think we were going to go into the season last year losing Lawson, losing Vinny Curry, losing Joyner after like 10 snaps week 1, losing Becton, losing all the stuff. So there could be things that, and the good thing about this team is we've built some depth where it might not matter as much. Minus tackle, tackle and linebacker. Linebacker, if there's a big injury, we could be really, really screwed there with Quincy Williams and Hamza or Sherwood starting. And then the same thing with the offensive line. Like Morgan Moses was a really good pickup in, was it May or June? I think maybe late May for a couple of $1 million, about $3.5 million. Like he was an average-ish level starter. Now we're talking about having a guy in the 4th round who, we could be high on Max Mitchell all we want, but he could easily work out just as well as he can bust. So, which I'll identify more when I do the film review, which way I feel about that. But still, 4th round pick, he could easily bust or not, at least be a good starter. So Becton goes down right now. They need a tackle. They need a linebacker. Like I get the whole talk of the D tackle safety, but my number one is a tackle because it's Zach Wilson. I'm not screwing around with Zach Wilson's future, and that's the one thing. Obviously stuff stacking up can derail the offense, but that one position, if you lose Becton right now, could really derail that offense in that running game. And then you're relying on pass more. You're not getting into those 2nd and 3s, 2nd and 2s that we've been talking about. So you need that guy. So let's keep going to the chat. With that too, MB, people have been saying like, oh, less excuses. Oh, that's such a negative thing to say. To be completely honest, I don't get why that's negative to say he has no more excuses. Like, are people taking that from a negative spin because he didn't play well last year? So we're saying all he gave us a reasons why he didn't play well last year were excuses. So now he has none because the team is better. Like, I'm not sure why people get mad at it, but people are basically saying he is a stacked roster. He should play well with it. He should develop nicely in it. And I think he was one of the, towards the end of the season, he was very good. Beginning of the season, he was absolutely terrible. But if he could, I've been saying it for weeks now, if he could finish from, obviously I hope for number one. I want him to be the top 3 quarterback in the NFL. I want him to be top 5. Could he eventually be that? Yes. So I think he's gonna be that this year. No. But I think if you're being fair with yourself and being fair with Zach Wilson, with this offense, with this offensive line, if healthy, with the running backs, with the receivers, if he could play like the 15th best quarterback in the league, 14th best quarterback in the league, and I'm not comparing them one for one because I'll see another stream. Oh, Blewett says that he's Kirk Cousins. No, I'm just saying in terms of their consistency. Obviously, Zach Wilson was a much higher ceiling in terms of being able to hit the deep shots and stuff like Kirk Cousins could only dream of doing. But if he's in that middle tier of quarterbacks with what should be a top 10 offensive-ish line, a really good running game, explosive things at receiver. But like MB is mentioning, what if Corey Davis does go down from week, and knock on wood, Jesus, but like, what if Corey Davis does go down for 5 weeks? What if Becton does go down for the first 3 weeks against the NFC North? What if Q goes down for a couple of games? Like that stuff is going to happen. We hope obviously it happens with much less frequency than it's been happening in the years past where we've been the most injured team in the NFL or one of the most injured teams in the NFL. But yeah, it's going to happen. People are going to be missing, but same thing for other teams too. Look at the Ravens. They started 8-2 last year, if I'm not mistaken. And then what they finish? I don't even know actually. What 9-8? I really don't even know. I forget off the top of my head actually. Somebody dropped that. Even though I'm behind the chat, people already bitch I talk too fast, and I'm trying to drink while not having somebody to throw things off of so I could get some steps in. It's always a problem. It's the worst thing about the solo shows is getting some beverages in. Flash Aussie Gordon from Panama, who is running back 4, and will he be on the 53-man roster? Bam, Ty Johnson, P. Ryan. What about fullback Baldwin? Yeah, that's a good point, Flash. It's going to be really interesting. Beer Brooks are going to happen. It's going to be interesting to see who finishes at 4th, because obviously I think you have the block, to me, of Tevin Coleman, of Breece Hall, and of Michael Carter. And then, like you said, they're probably going to – you'd think that with a 12-heavy team, 12, 22, 32, 23, like they're going to run some of those sets, not to a high percentage, but maybe, I don't know, 8 to 10%, like 22 personnel, whatever it is. And Baldwin is probably the best fullback on the team, unless you have a guy who in Wesco who was fighting for a spot a little bit. Maybe Wesco proves to be the fullback. You carry 4 tight ends. He's the 4th tight end. Baldwin's off the roster. But to me, minus Baldwin, they need 4 actual running backs. I don't think with a team who wants to be, again, 12, 22 type heavy, which again, heavy could mean 35%, 30%. But still, with that being said, they're going to want some extra running back to take those carries, So I think they do carry 4 with Baldwin. It would be 5. So again, maybe it's Wesco. I don't know. Miller is gross in my opinion. It's not great. I think it really does matter upon what you grow up with. I don't love Miller, but in terms of light beers I could drink in the morning, yeah. What's up, Eagle Fang? No audio. Yes. Okay, I see you guys. Thank you for reminding me. Very faint. Okay, there you go. You guys saw it. We're talking about the intro. We added and it skipped. Yeah, I don't know why the Wi-Fi is so bad right now, but we added Zach Wilson throw, added Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, Jermaine Johnson into there. So we'll go through the schedule prediction, I guess. I'll give my games. If we were 4-5 at the bye, I would be ecstatic. Can legitimately make a playoff run from that. Yeah, I would sign the dotted line for that right now, Rob D. Like, again, people, listen, I am hyped on this team. I legitimately think the Jets can win 8-9 games. I think in a year where the AFC wasn't so, excuse my French, but fucking stacked, the Jets could win 10 games. The problem is the AFC is stacked. The schedule is hard. So me saying 8-9 games is not me. That's not me being negative. Like, I think the absolute floor, I think the floor where you start to be like, okay, so the minimum floor would like being like satisfied with the season, like, okay, check mark, is 7 wins. Like 7 wins, okay, it is what it is. They had a really hard schedule. Depends on obviously how they win the 7 games. You want it to be a lot of Zach Wilson, maybe some problems at linebacker, some problems at safety. Maybe Joyner goes down and Ashton Davis comes in and blows a couple of angles late in the game. Okay, fine. But 7 wins and it's not Zach Wilson, obviously more concerning. Now, 6 wins is okay, the concern floor. But if this team loses, or wins only 6 games, it's going to be a problem with me. But it's still the minimum kind of floor they could have is 6, and everything has to go wrong there. But under 6, we're going to have to fire somebody. Maybe not Salah, or maybe it's Ulbrich, it's somebody, but 6 wins is the absolute floor. 7, okay, I get it. I'm predicting probably 8 wins, I would say. We'll go through it. And the thing I'm trying to do with the schedule, and people are going to obviously talk shit about it because people are just going to be, oh, they're better than them, win. Oh, better than them, win. Oh, better than them, win. Oh, worse than them, lose. Like, so every single year, at least, and we have to go through the schedules a lot to really identify this, but based on my knowledge, it's like you're going to win one game you don't expect to win. There's going to be one game you expect to win and you lose. So what are those going to be, or what are going to be those games in the schedule? We'll talk about it a little bit. So, Joe, when do you plan on setting up a fantasy and pick'em leagues? I can't wait. Our Pirlo is a legend. I don't know if you were in it last time, but I think we had 18, which was too much. I think what's going to happen, and do not take this as religion, but I think the bottom 6 guys are going to get cut. And then I'm going to announce it randomly on one of the live streams in the summer whenever we're starting to set it up. And the first 6 people to respond are going to be the 6 people in the fantasy league, because I don't want it to just be the same 18 people every year, because you're not giving new listeners or people who just didn't hear it last year an opportunity to play in the league. So bottom 6 this year are going to go, and then we'll probably keep 16, and then bottom 4 every year get cycled out. Now you can come back in the league if you respond quick enough. If you watch it with the show with that much consistency, and you can get on it quickly, then cool. That's what I want in the league anyway. I finally realized I didn't have my notifications turned on until the other day for this stream. That sucks. Let's see. I'm gonna keep moving down. That's hilarious. I already see some funny stuff in here. I think the fan has to go on. It's already freaking hot. Okay. Hurricanes in 5. Cigs as in cigarettes inside. I put cigs because my okay. Cigarettes inside, huh? I thought we were talking about like cigs, like, kablow, like gun. I have a P365 for people who shoot guns or who know that. Obviously I'm a pistol instructor too. Which I think some of you guys know about that, but I'm a pistol instructor. So I guess I could teach anywhere in New Jersey, technically, if people would hire me. And then in June, I'm going for rifle instructor too. So I got to go to AR course, which I'm decent with AR. I'm definitely better with a pistol, but I should be able to pass that class. Do penalties concern you as sauce? Even so, should be reachable, right? Daniel Murphy. It concerns me only slightly. It's something that he has good enough hips and he has good enough athleticism and good technique at the line where he's able to stay over top of guys. But sometimes when he's a little bit extended, like stacking a guy with his hips turned, he will grab shoulder pads a lot. And after that 5 yards, he has to drift back a little bit. But it should be something that's fixable. Let's see. Let's go Lightning. Joe bought those glasses at Wawa. You're not lying. I bought them on Amazon. I literally think they were $5 glasses. So yeah, they are not expensive. You want me to pull up my other like legit glasses, which I don't really want to do because they look a certain way. Sup watching from bed fever. Fever with what, Bus? That sucks. I think the easiest thing to get through is sore throat. I think having a blistering headache or yakking your brains out is probably the worst. I guess you take, having the shits, right? It's like being sick, but probably the easiest thing, unless you're not in a place where you could shit. That's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. Home? Okay. Anybody else? Computer freeze. Joe needs some grills now. I think Kyle said if they win a playoff game, he'll get grills and he'll pay for them. So I obviously, or really realistically, buy a $10 one and just wear them for 4 seconds on a stream. Maybe just make the playoffs to do a lot of stupid shit. 100% body paint, everything doesn't matter. I don't care if it's 4 degrees out. Johnson and Q it is. Quincy, I'm not sure what's happening. Jets gang. Jets. What's up, man? Eagle Fang talking about how tall is Slavkovsky. I don't know who that is. I have literally no idea who you're talking about, Stephen Angle. So let's keep moving down the chat. Hey, Joe, is that you? Yeah. Like I said, the sun's just in my eyes. So the glasses had to come on. What's up, guys? Damn, Joe V. It's swag as fuck. Appreciate that, Hawk. No, it's again sauce chain. You gotta I can't see my phone. You gotta rock that. The sauce jersey, which is on. I'll show it to you again if you could. Let me see if I can see it on the screen. But I had to order it as soon as he confirmed his number. Where is it? Right there. You can see it, kind of. Yep. All right. So rocking the sauce today, and the glasses just came because of the sun. So don't shit on me too much for it. But let's keep moving down in the chat. Rob D, 100% agree with that. In terms of the injuries, it's brutal. It really is. And and we talked about it before, obviously Joyner and Lawson and all these guys, but they've been, and like a lot of fans be like, oh, every team suffers injuries. We all have them. It's a part of the game. But Jets fans have a realistic like argument in terms of they've been top 3 probably the last 3 or 4 years, right? Like every single year. It's not like, oh, one year they're brutal, next year they're okay. Like we've been decimated by injuries every single year for about 3-4 years now. So it has to change. It has to. At some point, it's impossible. It's really impossible how injured they've been. What is the floor and ceiling with Joyner starting at free safety? James in Philly. Ceiling, I think his ceiling is a lower tier starter, which again people will think is negative. But I think a guy who hasn't played free safety since 2018, was injured last year, played slot corner with the Raiders. Him coming into the system, if he could be a bad starter, if he could be, the 26th best free safety in the league, that's fine. Because listen, they didn't address the free safety spot. They have some guys who are backups who are okay. You want to see what Ashton Davis does. I think probably he's going to get cut. You have Will Parks back there. You have the other guy who stepped in last year. I'm forgetting his name off the top of my head, but he came in and played relatively well. So it's not very high with Joyner, but it's better than it was last year. Again, with Red Wine and Gerard Wilson and all these guys playing, starting for the Jets. So, but ceiling is bad starter. Floor is very, very bad because he gets injured or he just forgets how to play. Or Go Grana. We need better strength down the middle of our defense in front of Whitehead. Bottom line, pass rush won't matter if we get. And basically to summarize, if it is going to be 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1, they're just going to run the ball down our throats, and it doesn't matter if we have a pass rush. It doesn't matter with the corners we have. Sauce is a playmaker on the ball, and part of the reason that Bryce Hall is a backup right now is he couldn't produce on that ball. But if they're running the balls down our throat, we're running the ball down our throat, the ball down our throat, then it's not going to matter, the pass rush or the secondaries. So let me just do something really, really quick. All right, we should be. Oh, hold on. You guys can hear me, right? I don't know why my camera. There we go. Okay, cool. I had to turn the fan on. I was dying. And now there's going to be that one guy. People got mad at me last summer and said, "Oh, dude, the fan behind you really annoying when you're talking." Listen, I'll have a studio eventually. Just moved into the house. Just started. So we'll have a studio. We'll have some Jets signs. I'll get some Jets. Jets with Ryan talk. Jets talk 24/7. The whole little logo thing. I'll have it, but not right now. So you're going to deal with the fan. Bitch about it if you feel you need to. Let's see. Richard from Jersey. We're going to win games just with the run game and hitting tight ends, eating the clock. Yeah, 100%. I've said before, there's going to be games where Zach Wilson throws the ball 20 times and the Jets run for 200 yards. I think it could realistically happen. I think that's going to be their bread and butter. That's what they want to do. Now, the good thing about the Jets offense is because they have talent at tight end, because they have talent at running back, because they have talent at receiver, they could dictate to other teams. If a team is weak on the ground, we run. Simple as that. If their corners are weak, we pass. If their linebackers and safeties suck in coverage, then guess what? Hello 12 personnel with Uzama and Conklin. And to me, if it is a team who sucks at coverage and they're playing man coverage, I could see Ruckert towards the end of the year overlapping Uzama. Uzama's a good player. Conklin is definitely my lead receiving guy, if I had to guess in terms of stats. But I think Ruckert, being a 3rd round pick, if he develops nicely, I could see him taking some reps over Uzama in the passing game because he's pretty smooth. I think he's a little bit smoother than Uzama. Uzama we've been seeing his interviews though. The guy is stellar in terms of the leadership he brings in the locker room. So they finished bad because Lamar Jackson got hurt. Yeah, no, and they missed, and J.K. Dobbins went down really early. The Ravens had a ton of injuries. It wasn't just Lamar Jackson. Panthers play in Sunrise, west of it, Lauderdale. Been to that arena, nice place. Yeah, I went to Carolina last year. I've been to Carolina. I've been to Arizona. I've been to the Colts Stadium, Lucas Oil. I've been to the Buffalo. I'm trying to think. There's definitely more places I'm just missing. Tennessee. I've been to Tennessee. So I plan on going to every single stadium. That's going to happen this year. I already took vacation days for, which I want to know where you guys are going, by the way, in the chat. I took vacation days already for Green Bay. Green Bay's 1,000% happening. I guess I'll just see let's see, put that there. But Green Bay already put the days in, so that's 100% happening. And then I was going to go to Seattle because I really, really want to watch the Jets beat the shit out of Jamal Adams in Seattle. But the problem with that is it's on New Year's Day, and that kind of sucks, So I think I'm going to Audible. I'll go to Seattle eventually. I think it's going to be Minnesota. I was thinking about Cleveland, but I want to give it a little bit more time before I go to home opener, boom, the next game, which I've done before. I think I went to home opener Browns, and then went to Indy for the next game in 2015? Yeah, 2015. But Minnesota, I think, is the choice now. So I'll see you guys in Minnesota. I'll see you guys in hopefully in MetLife. Hopefully I'll see you in Green Bay. So Ty Johnson's my dark horse for a rebound season. Sure, but you're putting a lot of blind faith in that Hawk because he sucked last year. let's just be realistic. He was bad. In terms of a fourth guy, I know I mentioned okay, they can carry four guys. I want it to be Zonovan Knight. I really have to watch more though, because he's saying the hyped up stuff. These are the stats. This is this highlight film. Awesome, cool. But then you watch and he's like, oh my God, this guy sucks. He has terrible vision. I want to see for myself first, because I've done that plenty of times from hyping up guys before I really know or not. No, I'm going to rescind that statement. I will preface statements saying I like this guy, but I have to watch. Happened with Kyle Hamilton. I was all about him at 4 if he was good enough. Towards draft time, you guys know where I stood. You guys know where I stood a month before the draft with Hamilton, the Jets, who obviously we're playing week 1 now too. So don't get me wrong, Joe. I'm an optimist. I love what JD's done. Let's curb stomp the Pats and Fins, but I want to manage expectations. Process is great, but reality hits hard. Perfectly said it, MB. Process matters. The results, you hope it works out, but this is why people are like, oh, if Joe Douglas is attached to Zach Wilson, which I might have said in the past, but you look at the process that he's had the last 2 years, what he's done in terms of trades, what he's done in terms of contracts, some of the UDFAs he's got. Joe Douglas is, and obviously just completely slaughtering teams in trades. Jamal Adams, Sam Darnold, Blake Cashman, Chris Herndon, been slaughtering people. So to me, Joe Douglas has shown me enough to be here through Zach Wilson if Zach Wilson doesn't work out. Maybe you guys think I'm crazy, but this is the most hyped I've been about a team for a while. And people talk about 2015, all this stuff. 2015, there were a lot of backloaded contracts and old players. It wasn't going to keep working out. Even same thing in 2010. I was in high school, and me and my friend were saying, listen, look at all these guys, Brian Thomas and David Harris and Revis and blah, 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 and Ferguson, all these guys. But we knew it was going to hit the Jets in terms of the contract money, which I know you can really work around now. I don't know if it was as easy in 2010. I didn't know that obviously as much. But that team is old. This team is young, and I think it's being built in the right way. I think Joe Douglas could last through Zach Wilson not working out. Now, does Saleh work out with him? Maybe not. I could see Saleh if Zach Wilson busts and plays terribly the next 2 years, and somehow the Jets end up 6-10 this year or 6-11 this year, and then 5-12 the next year. Could I see Saleh getting fired? Sure. But it's I really think Saleh's staying too. I'm just trying to say if they did really disappoint. I don't think Joe Douglas leaves. You mean Mets, Jets, Rangers? I don't know what that means. Oh. Eagle, Devils, and Jets are among the youngest in their league. True. The absolute least amount of wins before the bye is 3. They have a real roster this year. Are you saying the absolute least they will have or could have? Because what we're talking about by week 9, we'll go over it. There's a lot of tough games to me, but yes, for them to be competitive in the second part of the year and really race for the playoffs, you go into the bye, I think it's week 9, right? Week 9 or 10. So you'd be either 3-5 or 3-6. I think it's 3-6. I'm hoping for 4. 4 and 5 would be a slam dunk to me, to be completely honest, with how tough the beginning part of their schedule is. 3 is the absolute minimum, like you're saying though, Mike, because then you see, the Jaguars and the Seahawks and the Bears and the Dolphins, which we got them at the end of the year, which is perfect. You don't want them in September. You want them in January, like they got them. You have the Vikings who you can beat. So you could really make a run. So 3-6, you win, what? So you have 8 games left after that point. Yeah, 3-6. So 8 games. If you can win, 5 games the next 8, finish a year 8-9, or maybe you win 6 and you finish with 9 wins. Great, fantastic. But let's keep working through the chat. so I can get to the schedule, because I've only been bullshitting with you guys for the last 50 minutes. I didn't even get through a topic yet. And then you bring Kyle in here, and that's why we could talk for 4 hours. Easily. So let me keep moving down. For some reason, the thing keeps making me skip down the chat, so it's taking me a little bit longer to find some stuff. What's up? People appreciate the glasses. Some people don't. Call them Walmart glasses. It is what it is. Wawa glasses. They may be, but it's fucking sunny out. You know, it is what it is. Let's keep moving on. I love Jesper Bratt. Yeah, the Devils need to do something though. They've been really disappointing for years now. I know they're really young, but Jesus Christ, like they have been ass, man. Schedule has its advantages. Ravens and Bengals are AFC North best teams, and we play them at home. Steelers and Browns without Watson. If the thing is with Watson, I'm hearing two completely different things. You're hearing, oh, this stuff is going to take so long because there's so many civil cases, all this stuff, that it's going to be pushed back until next year. And there's people saying, oh, he's going to be suspended the first 6 to 8 games. I don't know. You don't know. And if you're assuming the worst and Watson is playing, you could start 0-2. And at that point, which again, I'm not giving my prediction, but if you're telling me the Ravens come in like they were at the beginning of this last year, and they added some of the guys they added in the offseason like they have, you could lose to the Ravens. Obviously, we all know that. If Watson is playing with the Browns, he's playing like Deshaun Watson was when he was at the Texans, which, yeah, it may take him a little bit more time to adjust because he hasn't played in the NFL in a little bit, but he's a top 5 to 7 quarterback in the NFL with a good running game, with a good defense. So obviously they could beat anybody, but they could just as easily lose that game. And then you come home against the Bengals, who are in the Super Bowl. And to me, I think the Bengals probably do take a little bit of a step down. Like, I know they added Lyle Collins and they added some players, but I don't think they deserve to be where they were last year. So I think they maybe take a little bit of a step back. Maybe, I don't know what the record was to get to the wild card, but you'd expect if they finished the season last year, they would be an 11-win team, 10-win team this year. I can see the Bengals only winning 9 games. It could easily happen. It's a tough division. I don't know their exact schedule. So let's keep moving on. No. Blewett, it was hockey talk. Okay. Joe Cool, what's up? Manischewitz, Mike, let's go Jets, for God's sakes. Yep. Now this point's like the dead part of the season. So now you're going to start seeing a lot of reviews. The thing about doing so much film is that they're really, like, there's a dead point for live streams, but I have to put out Lakin Tomlinson. I have to put out DJ Reed. I have to put out Whitehead, Conklin, Uzama, Jacob Martin, Breece Hall, which, by the way, I'm going to show you some Breece Hall plays on tonight's stream. Hopefully stick around for the whole thing, because there are some plays where, like, you're going to see the crazy stuff on the highlight reels on YouTube, but I have like 1 or 2 plays I'm going to show from my all 22 film version, and his vision sometimes in the open field is ridiculous. Like, and I think he, from a snap to snap basis, isn't as consistent as some people think he is, but he has home run hitting ability. Like, there are some times, and we'll talk about it. I'll talk about it with Kyle Smith too. I think Breece Hall is a little bit overrated as a short down back. Like, I know, he's 6'1" and what, 220 or 215. So at least at the top of my head. So he's obviously not short and compact like Maurice Jones-Drew. So maybe you'd already think that, but at times he's too patient in short yardage situations and will run a little bit upright. When it's 3rd and 1, you just want to see him pound a shit out of the ball. Just put your shoulder down. And sometimes he doesn't do that. So Michael Carter actually may be the better short down back right now, until obviously Hall, which he may learn right over the summer, to put his shoulders down and learn the situation. Just like quarterbacks do, just like receivers do, learn the situation. You're not trying to bust a 10-yard run on 4th and 1. Just get that yard. And that guy with his base, how powerful his legs are, if he just puts his head down and charges, he's going to get that 1 yard. A lot more than not. So, but he's almost like, and again, I'm not comparing one for one at all, but he's almost in a completely different way, like Derrick Henry, where he takes a little bit to build up and then he's off. Henry's complete power, where you assume, okay, a guy as big as Breece Hall, oh, he's power too. He's much more tall and well-balanced and shifty. He's much more shifty than powerful. So can I take the glasses off yet? Let's see how that works, because it's bugging me out. It's bugging me out to see the glasses, but I'm gonna see if it works. It's just so much light. Like, you guys see the light behind the computer, and then you see the light coming from here. It's just a lot of light in the face. So I think we're good. Geez, now my eyes hurt from the light up here. Yes, Elijah Riley. Thank you, Bus. Let's keep moving on. I'm telling you, the Jets should replace Fireman Ed with Flash Gordon as their mascot. Okay, the Flash Gordon stuff. Just got here. Joe's future just be really bright. Joe's future, Joe Douglas, Joe Blewett. Yep, there you go. That's why the glasses are on. You know, we're gonna keep rocking them because of that. The future is bright for the Jets. You know, that's why. Swaggy, Sauce Gardner, future's bright. We wear glasses. You know, I'm cool. I don't know what I think this is the comment that people are talking about. No one can replace Fireman Ed. Fireman Ed is Fireman Ed. It just is what it is. No matter what, you're going to lose something when he doesn't come to games anymore. I don't know if it's in 5 years. I don't know if it's in 2 years. I don't know if it's in 15 years. But when he stops doing the chant, and I know for a couple of years he left, but when he stops doing the chant at like home openers and things like that, it sucks. William, what's up? I see 9 wins this season. Okay. Blewett, NHL, Florida Panthers. Dude, you got to understand, Steven, when I'm talking and you have a beverage or two and you guys are talking, there's hundreds of people talking about the most random shit in the chat. Sometimes I lose it. You know, sometimes I lose it. So I lost it. You guys talk about the Florida Panthers. Okay. Not the Carolina Panthers. Manny Mike sees 9 wins. I see dead people. Okay. All right. We're feeling it tonight. I think Steven's having a couple of beers too. Let's see, Minnesota. I'm flying there for the game from Canada. Let's meet up. Strength in numbers. Yeah, dude, 100%. Always strength in numbers. And like, I like just come to the tailgate. Just be normal. Like let's just drink. Like not to be weird or whatever. Like some people will like, you know, we'll watch a show or whatever, and they come up like, oh, let's talk about this film and this film and that film. Like, dude, I just want to like pound some Millers and you know have some fun and go into the game. Like I don't want to talk about you know what Zach Wilson's yards per average throw should be. Like I don't. It's not what I want to do. But yeah, dude, I'm going to Green Bay. I'm going to Minnesota, and I will be at the home opener. And I think I'm making 5 or 6 of the home games. 5 or 6. Obviously, 2 of them. I think Miami maybe, and the Bengals. I think I am going to be in Italy. So those games, unfortunately, I missed. But all the other games, I should be able to make. So. Let's see. Can't wait for ABT to pull out an end around and takes out Jamal as Garrett Wilson scores. Yeah, that would be the kind of the stamp in that trade, right? Getting both of those guys for Jamal Adams, which I think you can argue. Obviously, Garrett Wilson could be more of an impact than Jamal Adams on the Seahawks, and ABT surrounding your rookie quarterback with which should be eventually a Pro Bowl guard. I'm going to take that all day. You know. What is your take on the analytical view that we took Hall too early because of the low positional value of running backs? NJZ asks, to be short, because I've answered this plenty of times already, high investment in running back, whether it be through first-round pick, second-round pick, even third-round pick, or high price in free agency, a la the Jets when they signed Le'Veon Bell. When you do that with a bad offensive line, it's a terrible investment. It's terrible. With the Jets having a good offensive line, having solid receiver core, having solid tight ends, with the second running back or the other, let's just call it the second running back, the other running back in the offense, who was that going to be? We didn't know if it was going to be a 3rd-round pick, a 4th-round pick. But with it being Breece Hall, a guy who 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 15 years ago would have been a top 20 pick in the NFL draft, that's your final piece of the offense, assuming health. That's why you do it, you know? So I'm 100% cool with the Breece Hall pick. Now, obviously, there was a bigger need at linebacker. You can even argue at safety. You can argue at run-stopping defensive tackle. But unfortunately, none of those positions help Zach Wilson directly. I know indirectly you could say, oh, well, if the D tackle gets a sack and gets the ball back, there's less pressure on Zach. I get it. But I'm talking about directly. Again, when you do a lot of live streams, you see the comments, like you could almost fight your own fight with people you know are going to comment. Sometimes you choose to ignore it, but I know I would have got one of those. So let's keep moving on. By the way, somebody, I don't know who it was, maybe in the Buffalo Jets fans chat or whatever it was, but the who called it about the Treylon Burks stuff. And I'm not saying that Treylon Burks can't turn around to be a good player, but one of the main things I brought up on this stream, I think a booger or something like right here, it's bothering the shit out of me. Nonetheless, I talked about how his work ethic might be a little scary in terms of him giving up on plays where he's not the primary read, him giving up on run blocking, him giving up in terms of running out of bounds. He comes to his first practice in NFL and he has to come out because he's throwing up because he's not conditioned. Now, being the guy on the complete opposite side, oh, well, he was sick. Like, you could always use excuses. If he was actually sick and that really, really happened, okay, then I get it. But if he was out of shape and just threw up because he was out of shape and had to come out. And I think he actually went into the trainer's room, came back out, tried to continue to go, and then had to leave again. And I'm not saying he can't turn around. You know, I'm not shitting on I'm shitting on the guy, but that's not going to define his career. But at the same time, I brought up some character stuff on here in terms, well, not character stuff, effort stuff. Character, effort are different. So I apologize already. Between 7 and 9 wins, possibly 10, they have an NFL roster, Pro Bowlers, talented young guys. These guys have pride. Yeah, I agree, Mike. I'm between 7 and 9 wins. I think without really going through the schedule, I'm like at 8 wins, 8 and 9. And then I could see 10 if everything breaks right for the Jets. That's the absolute ceiling to me. Like the absolute floor should be 6 wins. 6 wins is not enough. It's not enough. Like at least a head has to roll with 6 wins. But that's the absolute floor. There could not be 4 wins on this team. Like if they hit the under, if they only hit 5 wins, we're gonna have serious problems on this channel. Serious problems. Alexander, I missed to start. Did you already talk about your impressions of Hall? Yeah, kind of. I really like him. I'm done with his film in terms of recording the plays. So I watched 10 games or so. If you want to watch a really good game, like people watch the highlights, don't watch the highlights. Watch his game against Texas and watch his game against TCU and just watch him dominate. I like him a lot. I'll be doing a review soon. I recorded Sauce yesterday. I should be recording Brees probably in the next couple of days. So keep going. I'm going to keep pushing the beer pong tournament between you and Tyson. Is it a game or a tournament? Mike, because if we're talking tournament means multiple games. So I would do that. I would be so this is how I'll take it, Mike. Because I'm going to have to talk to Tyson. I'm going to jump on his show before the season starts, I'm sure anyway. But I'll talk to him. I would rather tournament style because I don't know if Tyson plays beer pong or if he plays beer pong a lot. I haven't played beer pong in quite a bit, so I might need a 1-game buffer. So I might lose game 1 and then come back game 2 and 3 and win. You know? So I would prefer a tournament. I prefer a 3-game. 3-game to what, 10? 21? What is it? Or no, not Jesus. See, I haven't played that long. How many cups is it? 4, 3, 2, 1, right? So we're looking at 4, 3, 2. So 10? Yeah, 10 cups. There you go. That's kind of right. All right, we're moving on. And I'm grabbing another fat tire. So just give me a second. Chat. All right. Next question. Jets 4 wins schedule is brutal. Sal, negativity. No. Get out of here. 4 wins. No way. That is not the same old Jets. Like, listen, like I said, I don't want the Jets to play a brutal schedule up top because I think being smart about it, realistically, their best shot to win those games is having a little bit more experience under their belt. So I could see the concern with that, but 4 wins, dude. Like they play the freaking the Jaguars. They play the Bears. Like they play the Seahawks. Like that's 3 wins right there easily. And I obviously am missing a ton of stuff off the top of my head, but let's say we need to play loose in the Ravens game. We can't really lose. If we lose, people would say it's expected. If we win, it's a nice upset. Okay, let's see. Would JetX? No, we would not. I can guarantee that. That would not happen. Minish has the X factor. No, he does not, Tony J. Let's keep moving on. 6:55. I'm almost up to the top of the chat. Or the bottom, I guess you'd say. Burks in draft night was surrounded by 20 hot babes. Where was his family? Maybe he has 20 hot cousins. We don't know. I'm not going to get on about that. They like Brees Hall because of the person he is just as much as the player he is. They had him on 18th on their board, so you're a huge value at 36. Yeah, and Jonathan Rich, I talked about this a lot on other streams as well, is like the Jets have turned this roster over. Like you had a lot of me guys like Jamal Adams and even Marcus May hiding what he did last year to a certain extent. Obviously, no, he's not though. He was a team guy, but like they've had plenty of me guys, Muhammad Wilkerson, Tremaine Johnsons of the world out there. And they've really emphasized the last 2 years, even the last 3 years, even the 2020 draft. Like Bryce Hall was like a complete locker room guy. And these last 2 years, it's everything you hear about these guys. Team captains, kicked out of the film room, absolute grinder, the Elijah Moores of the world. And you're going to see the culture shift. And that's why you see guys like Uzama being brought in, A guy like ABT with high character, guy with like Brees Hall with high character. Like that matters more than people realize it does. There's 11 guys in the field. You need to have good chemistry between those guys. Hopefully there's I can almost guarantee there's gonna be no more Sheldon Richardson, Brandon Marshall situations, or what the hell is his name? I keep thinking of Aquanu and Campoli. Enem Campoli, where the hell his name is? IK Punch and Gino. I forget how to pronounce his last name though. IK. Frank, Mr. Blewett, what do NY Jets do a thin linebacker position? They bring somebody in, is what they do, because they cannot go into the season with Quincy Williams and Sherwood or Nozzledine being the 2 and the 3. It's just, there's no way. T. Burks Harum is wearing him out. I don't know what that means. But I want Burks to be a good player. There's nothing personal against the guy, but how many streams did I bring up of showing these guys plays? I'm like, dude, he's not blocking guys. He's not even trying. But then you hear pre-draft analysis from guys who people trust, and it's, he's such a great blocker. But you didn't mention he doesn't try on a lot of them. That's just weird to me. So did you watch, or are you a liar? That's how I got into the film stuff, because that's what I would say. Or when I did get into the film stuff, I'm like, how is this guy just lying? And he has 50,000 followers? What? And a check mark? Okay. They need a few guys who play angry, which I think they have some. Obviously, Clemens and even Mosley to a certain extent. Whitehead's a guy who plays angry. They have Becton. They have Tomlinson. They have some guys who play angry. Why is there a consensus? This is from Candlejack. I haven't been reading the names. That the Jags are that much better than us? From who? Who was saying that, Candlejack? I haven't seen anybody say that. I think last year there was a conversation about the Jags being about equal to the Jets, but this year they bring in Brandon Scherf and who's that bum receiver they brought in from the Bills a couple of years ago? I'm blanking on names. I'm bad with the names. Oh, Zay Jones. Bringing Zay Jones, bringing freaking Kirk for $20 million a year. And the Jets are making moves like Tomlinson and Uzama and Conklin and all this. Whitehead, DJ Reed. Who's saying they're better than us? I haven't seen that. That might be a 15 to 20 year gap between you and Tyson. Are you spotting him? Is Tyson that old? Tyson seems like he's like early 40s, no? Mid 40s max? How old is Tyson? I don't know. Somebody knows. Somebody knows in here. Deho song. I think our schedule is not that bad. We started the season with a home opener. Led our division games 3 games in a row. We starting the season with home opener, start our division 3 home games in a row, have 10 bye, play Packers after London. Yeah, we'll go through it. That was a little bit confusing to read. Maybe it's me, maybe it's you. I don't know. My biggest bad movement as a Jets fan was listening to all of the Le'Veon Bell's album just to find out if he was sounding here or not. And think about how bad his impact was. Well, and at first, let's be real, he's a superstar player. He's coming to the Jets. Nobody chooses the Jets. We overpaid him, but still, he's a superstar. He's going to help out, Sam Darnold, because not only he's a running back, he's also a pass catcher, too. That's going to be a really big help until you go to an offense with a guy who's not willing to use his running back in the passing game and split him out because he's an idiot. And you put him behind one of the worst offensive line in the leagues. It's just never going to work. It was just stupid. It's a dumb investment to get Bell. And if the Jets were to sign even now, a big running back and a bad offensive line, it's a bad move. Now, let's say Le'Veon Bell in this free agency, let's say this free agency, he came out and the Jets signed Tomlinson and they showed up their offensive line, and then Le'Veon Bell was somehow magically 26 years old and he wanted to sign with the Jets. Okay, good move. It would have been a good move with the 2022 Jets offensive line to the 2019 Jets offensive line. It would have made more sense. It still may not have been a good move, but it would have been a much better move. So Patriots were successful with a no-nonsense team of grinders. And a disciplined team. You can't be no-nonsense when you're getting coached by Bill Belichick. Tyson is 48. Huh, okay. You said 10, 15 years, so yeah, okay. I said mid-40s. I'm not giving him a buffer. He doesn't get buffers at 48. He's plenty young. 3 games. That's what I'm doing. Another good schedule quirk. Our only West Coast trip comes after a Thursday night game, so we have more time to acclimate. Yeah, I've seen some of that too. That's a good point. Ryan Thompson. I think there will be major gelling issues in the first couple of weeks. Like the O-line last year could go 0-4, but hopefully not. I think they have too much talent to go 0-4. I get your point there, Ryan Thompson. I think that I get your point. 0-4, a little bit much for me. I could realistically see 1-4 though. I could definitely see that. So June, the Jet, formerly June Smith, my man Joe. What's up? See if the sun's almost going down. It's almost there. And we're wearing the glasses because we have a bright future, remember? So let's get into some of the topics now. Talk about the schedule. I guess I could pull up the schedule. Do you guys want me to pull up the schedule, or do you not want to pull up the schedule? Try to just look at it. Let's see. I'm just gonna look at it. Or no, we'll bring it up. People like visuals. People like visuals. New York Jets schedule. Talk about it, I guess. 2022. Full schedule and take. Yeah, that's not a good look, Jets. Oh, that site sucks too. Okay, let's see here. All right. Turn the screen. I can't see your guys' chats. That's the unfortunate part about this. StreamYard. Share screen, window, Chrome tab. There you go. Share. All right. So, first week of the preseason, we beat the Eagles. Second week, we beat the Falcons. Third week, we also beat the Giants. We're all going in ecstatic. All right. And I'm gonna do this really quickly. I guess. Can I trust one of you guys to write down my prediction? Can I trust you guys? I'm gonna give you a second while I sip a beer. Who's gonna take count? If not, I have to type it down by myself, and that's gonna suck because I really suck at multitasking sometimes. Mike. John Hassel says no. I don't know if that's to me or to not me. But that's great. Got you. Okay. I appreciate you guys. One guy to do it. I'll choose. I don't know. You guys work it out between yourselves, but I appreciate it. John Hassel, no. Okay, so Ravens, biggest concern with that game, obviously Lamar Jackson's the top 10 quarterback. Or top, you can argue about how effective he is. There are other people out there who I think have legitimate gripes in terms of how he throws the ball and how consistently he throws the ball. One, he runs the ball really, really well. J.K. Dobbins is a stud. Their offensive line is pretty damn good, and they run the ball really effectively. Now for the Jets, do they do the Chargers thing and bring in a ton of guys in the secondary who are faster, who can make tackles? Do they bring in, I was gonna say Ashton, definitely not Ashton Davis. I can't there's not that many good guys in the secondary to tackle. But I don't know. Do you put in Bryce Hall instead of having a Quincy Williams in there? Do you bring in some more secondary guys? I don't know. The Jets' primary weakness on defense last year was stopping the run, and obviously the corners have improved a lot, but I still think it's going to be an issue. I legitimately do think the Jets can win this game, but seeing and with the Ravens too, you could also consider the fact that Wink Martindale left as well. He's not on that team anymore. So does their defense not start as hot? And maybe the Jets are able to move the ball because the Ravens don't have those exotic third down blitz packages with heavy man coverage that they've had for a while, but they still have some talent, both on the defensive line, and in the secondary. So their defense is pretty solid. The run game concerns me a little bit. I'm going to start off with a loss. I don't love starting off with a loss. I know a lot of people want to say, "Oh, win, great." Listen, I want it more than nobody, or I want it just as bad as anybody else does in terms of going to that game, going in the parking lot, pre-gaming with you guys, tailgating, playing cornhole, playing beer pong, us all doing Jets chants, all that shit, having a great time, going in there, kicking the shit out of the Baltimore Ravens. I wish that would happen. If I had to put my life on it, the Ravens win. That's how I look at it. I want the Jets more than anything to win that game. The Browns, so they're losing week 1, 0-1. I'll try to do it myself, but you guys can obviously help me out too. The Browns, to me, it's pretty simple in terms of their defense being really good, with having Myles Garrett, having Denzel Ward. They've lost Landry, they lost Beckham. They only have Amari Cooper, he's not a stud number one. I think he's a lower tier number one, but still a solid receiver. With Jacoby, they still have the run game. They still have Hunt. They still have Nick Chubb. I think the Jets would win this game if it's just Brissett, because you don't have to worry about Brissett as much. So it's really just stacking the box and stopping Chubb, which sounds maybe easier than some people think it is, because Nick Chubb is a stud, especially behind a good offensive line. It's not going to be easy, and this might be a grounded, pounded 16-13 win for the Jets if it's Jacoby Brissett. If it's Watson, I would pick the loss. Watson lost with no Watson. It's a win in Cleveland. So 0-2 or 1-1 depending on if Watson plays. So it's kind of like a flex game. So that's like a start and go back type deal. Week 3, Cincinnati Bengals, obviously, no surprises. They obviously overlooked the Jets last year, trap game, whatever it may be. They got a little bit lucky. They got a lot of yak. Balls were dropped by the Bengals. It just wasn't their day. Now, with that being said, do I think it's impossible to beat the Bengals? No, I don't, because I think you can make a realistic argument, and this maybe more talks to the strength of this division, but I think if the Ravens hit their stride and Deshaun Watson plays all year, the Bengals could finish 3rd in this division. So and that's not saying that they're a bad team. They still have Jamar Chase. They still have T. Higgins. They still have all the guys they have. They improved the offensive line. They have Mixon. They have Bates. They have some good players. To me, the Jets could win this more than some people think they do, but this would be a loss to me at home. And people are probably, I'm not looking at the chat right now. Oh my God, 0-3. You're so negative, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to be realistic. And then we're going to see what happens in the second half, which I'm trying to look at the chat too. But 0-3, you guys are going to freak out. It is what it is. But next game, Steelers, to me, going there. I wish I would probably go there if I was home. But with this team, who is their quarterback? Is it Trubisky? Is it what's his face? Geez, I am doing terribly with names. The Pitt quarterback, I don't know why, blanking out. It's just one of those days. Which one's starting? Who's going to get the ball to Deontay Johnson? I think Claypool's a little bit overrated. The defense has some talent, in terms, obviously they have Watt, they have Hayward, they have some talent. Pickett, thank you, Big Daddy. Appreciate that. Yes, Yoshi, Pickett, thank you. But I think the Jets would go into Pittsburgh and win this game. So right now they're either 2-2 or 1-3, obviously depending on the Browns game and if Deshaun Watson plays. Week 5, homing into Miami Dolphins. This is kind of another touch. I think this is a tougher matchup than people think it is for the Jets. The Dolphins are an RPO heavy team. If there's one thing Tua is good at, it's RPOs. And if you're throwing your RPOs to Tyreek Hill and Waddle and even Gesicki with a mismatch on a linebacker or even some safeties, they brought in some running backs, no studs, but some decent running backs, better than last year with Gaskin and was it Ahmed or whatever his name is. So they're a solid team. And then you look at their defense, and they have some studs in the secondary with Holland, with their corners. They have some talent up front, but I think the Jets at home would win this game. So the Jets are now 2-2 or this would be 3-2, right? Or no, it'd be 3-2 or 2-3, depending. Now, so this is one of the games where I wanted to say to you guys, like, I'm predicting there's going to be that one game they win in a year that you're not expecting them to win. This is it. Green Bay. I'm going to Green Bay. Going to be in the parking lot with all those really respectful Midwest fans or Midwest North fans. And the Jets have played them pretty tough. Like, even with Darnold in the last couple of years, like, they've played the Packers pretty tough. They're coming back from London or wherever the hell they're going without getting rest. They declined to have that rest week against the Jets. And the Jets are going to go there and they're going to shut down a bunch of their scrub receivers that they have. I know they got some guys in the draft. They got Dubs and they got who else? They got something else earlier in the draft. But still, with that being said, Jar Alexander, okay, like, they have some talent, but this is the shocker. The Jets beat the Packers in Green Bay. Next week, Broncos. The thing with the Broncos is, and I think that people are going to say this team's going to be like a Super Bowl contender, which is Christian Watson. Thank you, Butts. The Broncos could be very, very good, and they probably should be, because even going from Drew Lock or Bridgewater to Russell Wilson is a massive upgrade. I think people, when they talk about the Broncos, are thinking they're talking about Russell Wilson from a couple of years ago and not what Russell Wilson has been in the last year and a half. I'm not saying he's bad, but is he top 5 anymore? He struggled the end of 2020, 2021. He didn't really play overly or overall great. So maybe he's the 8th, 9th best quarterback in the league, and maybe the Jets can take advantage. With that being said, did they win this game? No, they do not. Denver is a tough place to play. I was thinking about going to Denver, but the fact that I'm literally landing from Italy 3 days later, flying to Green Bay, and then flying to the Broncos the week after that. I just can't do that. And I don't want to go to Mile High and see the Jets lose. I think they're going to lose that game, so they lose there. So I don't know what my record is right now, but somebody has it. My man Joe is ripped. No, you're in here late. I have glasses on because of the sun, and I'm having a couple beers, not ripped, but yeah, little buzz going from the fat tires. Got some Millers too. Let's see. All right. So my record is either 4-3 or 3-4, I think, at this point, depending on if Watson plays. Week 8, Pats, Jets smack them. Probably not smack them. I'm going to be respectful to Bill Belichick, but the Jets beat them. They don't have a ton of talent at receiver. They don't have a ton of talent at running back. I know Harris is solid or whatever, but still, he's not a game breaker. Their tight ends, great. They have Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry. Holy shit. Their defense, they're losing Hightower. They don't have really a great edge rusher. They don't have Gilmore anymore. They don't have J.C. Jackson anymore. McCourty's old. Is he still on the team, Jason McCourty? So this is a roster that's not as good as the Jets. Now you have to consider Bill Belichick, but the fact that it's home, you take the Jets at home right here. So 5-3 or 4-4, I think. Could be wrong. Buffalo Bills at home. The Jets lose that one. Jets lose that one. So that's 4-5 or 5-4, I think. Either way, great. I said I realistically think 3 wins could be possible over the first 9 weeks. I'm probably at the end of the day, gun in my head, like no matter what game would be turned over. Right here, where do I say the Jets go into the bye? I would say 4-5. I could see 3 though with Watson being healthy. Week 11 or week 10 bye, great. Week 11 Pats. Listen, would it be great to sweep the New England Patriots? 1,000%. The Jets haven't won a division game in 16 games, right? They're 0-16. So it's been quite a bit since they won a division game, 2+ years. So are they going to sweep a team in the division? I'm going to say no. They lose this game. I don't know what my record is. The next game, the Bears, they win that game. The Bears are doing an absolutely terrible job surrounding Justin Fields. So they win that game. Next game at the Vikings. This is one that if I didn't pick them to beat the Packers, that I would pick them to win this game because I don't think the Packers are some slam dunk Super Bowl contender. And there's always that game. Again, that's that game in a year where you don't expect the Jets to win. Tennessee, Bengals last year, the Rams 2 years ago. That's that game they win this year. They're not supposed to. So Vikings, I legitimately think this could be a win. I would say in the Browns simulate or in the situation where they're no, let's say a loss. Let's say a loss. I'm not going to go there. Next week, Buffalo, we know it. It's a loss. They could win, but it's a loss. So week 15 with 4 games left. I'm not sure what the record is. 6-5 or 5-6. Daho. Okay. Look at you, Daho. Appreciate you. What's your prediction for the record? I'm doing it right now. Gillespie. 6-6 or 5-7? 6-7 or 5-8? What do you? Okay. All right. You might be behind. So did I give the Lions game yet? I don't know if I gave the Lions game yet. 4 games left. No, I didn't give the Lions game yet. Lions game, they win. Lions game, they win. I think the Lions are a little bit better of a matchup than people. Like, they have some talent on their team. Amon-Ra St. Brown. They have Swift back there, right? Like, they have some talent, but the Jets are a better team. They win that game. Oh, man, I have to give the Jets a loss that we weren't expecting. Jaguars, they win. What is it now? Damn it. But I already said the Vikings, they lose. It's fine. LC Hawks, they win. Jamal Adams and a shitty team are going to lose this game. They have some players, Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, but who's throwing them the ball? Their running backs are mediocre. Their offensive line is bad. Their defensive line is pretty bad. Their linebackers, no Bobby Wagner, pretty bad. Safeties, okay, you have Jamal. And you have what's his face, the dude from the Lions. Who are your corners? The Jets win this game. I said the Jets did beat the Lions, yes. And then week 18, another game. The Jets beat the Dolphins at home. I think they lose on the road. Another game where I could see them easily winning. This is the best time of the season to play in Miami. You're talking about Miami January 8th instead of Miami week 5 when it's 100 degrees and as humid as humanly possible. So I think there's a realistic chance they win this game. This could be for the playoffs. So I'm hoping it's not if they actually lose. But they're going to, I'll say, lose this game because I did give them the Packers game. Now, a couple of games I can see them like working out differently. Ravens, I could see it. I could see them beating the Vikings. So 9-7 or 8-8. That doesn't make sense. 9-8 or 8-9. Okay. So 8-9 if Watson play, or 9-8 if Watson doesn't play, 8-9 if he does. And again, I can easily see that being, that 9-8 being 8-9 because then they end up losing to the Packers. Or I could see it being another plus a game and they win 10. It's a miraculous season because they pull off all these wins and they beat the Vikings. And holy shit, the Jets are 10 wins. Or they lose those games, those swing games, and they're 7-10. That could happen as well. But that's why I have a range, like anywhere from 7 to 9 wins. I would say, again, gun to my head, like went through the schedule. I said 8-9, 9-8. I would say, gun to my head, it's 8-9. That's what I would say. So, and as each matchup comes up, we'll talk individually about them. But just going quickly over it, obviously, like there's some nuggets. Tough schedule to start, 100%. Seattle being on January 1st can eat a fat one. The Dolphins late in the season is awesome. Playing the Packers after they get back from London trip. I think it's London. I don't know if it's like Germany or something like that. I don't know if they're doing that yet. But getting them after that is great. There's some benefits to the schedule, but I'm telling you right now that if a lot of these teams hit their stride, which a lot of them won't, or at least half of them won't, because that's how the NFL works. But Ravens could be a playoff team. Browns could be a playoff team. Bengals could be a playoff team. The Steelers, like, I get they don't have a quarterback, but they're always at least like 7-8 wins. Even in their bad seasons, they're a decent team. The Dolphins, they have talent. As much as we say, yeah, they should win that game, they can also just as easily lose that game. Tyreek Hill and Waddle, if the linebackers and the safeties can't tackle, could be a tough game. Green Bay could be a tough game. Broncos, tough game. Pats, it's Bill Belichick. Bills, like, I think you need a minimum of 3 wins. You get 3 wins out of the first 9. Again, I think I just predicted 4 or 5, whatever. But you need 3, and then guess what? You pick up a game against, or you lose, even if you lose a game against the Patriots there, then you're 3-7. Okay, you're 3-7. Bears 4-7. Vikings 5-7. Bills 5-8. But Lions 6-8. Jaguars 7-8. Seahawks 8-8. 8-8 going to week 18. You lose to the Dolphins. Like, that can happen too. Like, the Jets can eat. Like, people say, oh, they start 3-6. There's no way. With these teams, they are better than 3 teams in a row right there at the end, like very easily better than those teams, in my opinion. And the Vikings are no home run hitters. Like, you could beat them with Kirk Cousins if you can stop Dalvin Cook. The Bears, they could beat up pretty bad. The Pats aren't a home run hitter, so like, it can happen. So that's fair. Feels about right. Yep. Dan NY said fair. I had 7, but we really don't know what to expect year 2 Wilson rookies. There's going to be there's going to be a breakout player that we aren't thinking of, or an injury we didn't see coming. Yeah, 100%. Dan, like, there's going to be an injury to, again, knock on wood, but something we don't see. Q is going to go down for 7 weeks. It's one of those things that's going to happen. But being on the positive side, the Jets have a lot of talent on their team. Like the thing is, like, people think about this roster as 7-8 wins, and they're just looking at the roster that they had at the end of last year or towards the middle of last year and saying, okay, you're adding Garrett Wilson to that, and Jermaine Johnson, and this guy, that guy, who they picked up in this offseason. But then those same people don't also consider, like, or maybe they do, but maybe it's more like subliminal. They're not really factoring in to getting guys like LaMarcus Joyner and Carl Lawson back from injury. Vinny Curry, who, again, like I said, Vinny Curry in another video, and people are like, oh my God, it's Vinny Curry. Who cares? He's so old. I'm like, dude, I'm talking about Vinny Curry getting 25% of the reps and getting maybe 4 or 5 sacks. But that's a role player that's important on your team, so it matters. I'm not talking about Vinny Curry is going to get 10 sacks a year, but he's a contributor, right? So let's keep going through the little bit of topics here. Or let's go through the chat. Let's see what you guys are saying during that run of it. And then we will talk some other topics around the Jets, some jersey numbers. Again, Sauce jersey. The Sauce chain is on. Listen, I know it's stupid. I know, dude, full grown man wearing a necklace and another dude's jersey. Yeah, but have some fun. Lighten up, Buttercup. That's what I say. That's what I say. Let's see. And I'm going to show some. You know what? Before I go through the chat, there's 126 in here. Let's see. Do you guys want to see some Breece Hall, a couple Breece Hall plays? I'm not even going to break them down, but you could just watch and it's like, holy shit. Like some of this dude's plays are ridiculous. I just started recording Rucker. I got through like half a game and then I had some stuff to do, clean the house, etc. So I couldn't get through a ton of him. Sauce, I already did like 51 play review of him. I'll put together a little like highlight reel of these guys and show them like I kind of was doing with Drake London and some guys pre-draft. But he has some plays. I want to show you like 2 or 3 plays of my guy. Let's pull him up. Do I have anything? Hold on. Okay. All right. Going back to the chat. Going back to the share screen, and we are shared. You can see everything I say. Now I'm going to get a drink or take a drink. This is me being 25 minutes behind the chat and trying to get to everything. I don't know where I am. I'm talking about Tyson here, so I think I'm a little bit behind. But let's see here. Let me minimize this. Sauce Part 2. These are all the reviews that I've done, obviously. And then there's so much other stuff in here, too, from like just years past. Ashton Davis, Bryce Hall, Bryce Huff, Carl Lawson, McGovern, Feeney, Moore, George Fant, Pinnock, all of last year, Cole. A lot of stuff in here. A lot of evidence. There's a lot of evidence in here. That's all I have to say. So, Rucker. Let's see. I know there's a play in here where I put up on Twitter that was like ridiculous, but I think house call is nice. Let's see this one. I think I don't have to point out the running back to you guys. I hope. I'm only shooting on the person like, dude, you didn't point him out to us. He's the fucking running back. Unless he's running a route, but I don't know what this one is. Maybe not. No, that one's nothing crazy. Joe behind the chat, Blewett. I see that square peg. That's why I have my phone, because that's on live chat. And then on my StreamYard, I'm behind. That wasn't anything crazy. Let me just see, because I know there's a play in here. I'm just trying to think of the ones. Oh, I know bruh. Bruh has to be nice. Oh, yeah, this one's ridiculous. This run, we can just – I'm going to watch this 4 times in a row. I don't want to talk because it just deserves me watching it 5 times in a row, which I am. 1 guy, 2 guy, 3 guy, 4 guy, 5 guy, 6 guys, 6, 7. Okay. Another time. This is the 3rd time. And there are bad plays, 100%. And there are even more good plays. He's very fun to watch. That is for sure. He should not be moving the way he does for being 6'1", 220, or whatever the hell he is. But we're on the 4th watch because this play is ridiculous. And a lot of the running back position is that innate feel. Like obviously there's a film study and going from the A gap read to the B gap read or being patient, not running with an extended stride, being able to cut quickly, all that stuff we'll talk about technically. But then there's also a feel. And there are some guys who just have it or they do not have it. So let me house call wham. I think this is a good one. Yeah, I think this is a good one. Yeah, obviously good. Not the last play. I think the last play I showed you is my favorite player of his entire season. It's just ridiculous, like how he moves. Long run, good. Good long run. Relatively simple. Cuts, long TD. Cuts are usually nice. Yep, that's nice. There was one I put up on Twitter, and the guy, he jukes him out so bad he's backwards. And I don't know what it is because obviously I have however many runs in here. But let me try to find it. If I read it, long run, house call, stuff, blitz laps, lead. Balance. Oh, this might be it. This might be it. Or no. This is him having elite patience, though. Yeah, this is the counter OF. Just like, again, not breaking it down frame by frame like we do on the film shows. Like, look how patient he is right here, just waiting for it to explode. Looks really simple, but really, really nice by Hall. But I'm not finding the play I want to find in terms of him absolutely destroying a guy's ankles. 2 more seconds. Reed's footwork. I'm looking at this one. I'm gonna cancel it out. I don't know what play it is. Oh yeah, that's it. Wow, got lucky. Last play. This is one I wanted to watch. Like that is so silky smooth. Now he's not moving as fast like laterally. so he has a lot of good vertical speed, like just like reading gaps in the backfield in his own play, exploding vertically and taking off. Now, in terms of him out racing guys laterally, he's not the best like that. But in terms of his cutting, the ability to break down, the ability to get lateral, the ability to jump cut for a guy who's 6'1", his size is ridiculous. And his vision in the second field or in the open part of the field at the second level can be elite at times. Now, in terms of him asking him to run a dive on 3rd and 1, not the best. In terms of him facing tough contact behind the line of scrimmage, not the best there. In terms of being creative or looking to create too much on a play where he should just take 3 yards, that could hurt him a little bit. But let's see. Stop sharing. Okay, and let me go back to what you guys are saying. And I don't know why, but the fat tire is making me burp an inordinate amount right now. I don't know what's going on, but it's just happening. So I apologize for that. Let's keep going down the chat and then bring up some other stuff. What's up? Oh, I already saw this one. Snowball, what do you think the personality of this team will be? Grinders. I do. Like this, at what position do they not have a guy who's like that team captain grinder type? Like even Michael Carter. Last year, the Jets would be losing like that. Watch that Patriots game again. Like they were losing by 30 points, whatever it was. And Michael Carter at the end is grinding out, 2 yards on 3rd and 16 to get to the, to get to 4th and 12. Like he was just grinding and grinding and grinding. I think I can take that. Yeah, I have to take this off now. But him, Hall, Sauce Gardner, DJ Reed is a review you guys should watch when I do it. He is better than you guys think he is. Whitehead, while he has some hiccups in terms of his run defense or his coverage, he's a grinder. Carl Lawson, grinder. JJ, whatever I have said about him in the past, again, I think he's a good pick at 20, a good pick at 26. The dude's a grinder. Mosley, like that, they're gonna be thumping guys. They're gonna be a good pass rush defense, thumping guys. And same thing in offense. Like it's a grinded out offense. Brees Hall, Carter, guys like Tomlinson, guys like Becton leading the run game. It should be pretty solid. So let's see. Okay. I'm taking the over on that Ravens game. Definitely a shootout. Honestly, Snowball, I could see it either way. Like and another thing I didn't mention with the Ravens game was they could struggle with Mark Andrews. Like, listen, I love Whitehead as a signing, $7.5 million. I think it's a good contract. Am I going to take him to win more than lose against Mark Andrews? I'm taking Mark Andrews in that matchup. I'm just being completely honest with you guys. So many of the Jets' opponents in 22 are capable of playing heavy run. Yeah. They're going to have to – and I think they signed a D tackle. Now, people are going to ask, oh, well, why haven't these guys signed yet? It could be something as simple as, okay, Quan Alexander, right now the Jets are offering him 1 year, $3 million, okay? And that's their final offer, and they're saying, okay, well, if you go and get another offer, let's say the Jaguars go and offer you, $10 million, because the Jaguars would do. But let's say a competent team, hey, they offer you $3.5 million. Okay, we'll try to match that. So go get an offer, and we'll see if we'll match. It could be as simple as that. Like there are so many things happening behind the scenes. Just because he left or Ogunjobi left or Quan Alexander didn't sign yet doesn't mean they're not going to be signed. They can be waiting for the post June 1st stuff. So Jets should rush 5 on every play. Sauce, Reed, and Carter can cover the top 3 guys. 3 guys can cover the other 2. You think Sauce, Reed, and Carter can cover 3 guys no matter what? I don't know about that. Rush 5 every play. They get an extra guy in coverage. There's some matchups the Jets are not going to be looking at corner. You're not going to beat Tyreek Hill every time. You're not going to beat Waddle. Waddle's going to beat you on a quick hop step release inside and a drag every once in a while. It's going to happen. So you have guys in the middle to supplant that, or run cones or walls or whatever it may be. But let's see. Yeah, baby hands Pickett. I have bigger hands than Pickett. What are his hand? His hand size is 8.5 or 9, I think. And like the one day, me and my buddy were talking about it at one of the guys I work with, and we got a ruler and we measured our hands. I think it's like here to here, and like you could stretch them out a little bit on the ruler. I think I had like just under 9.5, I think. So I have bigger hands than Pickett, and my hands are not big. If a football is cold, sometimes in the parking lot, like every single throw, you're licking your fingers just to get a grip on it. So he's wearing the glove. Obviously that's why. But yeah, it definitely helps you have big hands. I get it. It could be a little bit overrated at times, but when they're too small, they're too small. A baby can't throw a football. And if he has children hands, he's going to struggle at times. I know a lot of the problem in terms of like gripping the ball is more about getting it hit out in terms of fumbles. That's why they really want the hand size. But it also can hurt you in terms of the throwing the ball as well. Like you guys aren't stupid. The beer is talking. Beer is you talking about in terms of wins? No, I think 98 is realistic. I think, but again, gun to my head, it's 8 wins, 8 and 9. Okay, you guys are just counting the games a little bit. Let me scroll down, see if you guys have anything else to talk about, and then I'm gonna get some of my topics, and then we'll keep talking. And if there's something to talk about, I'll bail. Keep moving on. If Jets are winless at the bye, pitchforks. Yes, pitchforks. 0-9? No way. Even the 2019 Jets weren't 0-9, right? Or no, yes, they were. Duh, that's stupid because they won. And I'm not going to say the person. Well, I could because I still have the comment. But I did a video where I think it was the start of it wasn't the start of a live stream. It was the start of a film breakdown because, like, you guys know, like, I do the players. And then every single week, like Wednesday or Thursday, I'll release like a 2 to sometimes 4 hour breakdown on the game of like different plays, and I'll do my top players, all those shit, whatever. And we were talking about the Jets, but they were like 0-13. I'm like, dude, there's a chance they could, like, never say never. They could beat the Rams. Never say never. They could beat the Browns. And this guy's like, this intro is a joke, so uninformed, blah blah blah. The Jets are not losing to these teams, and they beat both of them. And then I like brought it up in the show, or like put it in the beginning of one of the shows. The guy saying a joke for saying they can win any of those games. It can happen, 100%. So keep moving on. I scrolled down too far. Let's keep moving. What's up? Won't be able to finish the stream. Oh, we stopped the Ravens week 1, dude. I'm gonna see so many people that week just from going to games again, seeing Tyson, seeing Ryan, seeing Green Bean, seeing even guys like last year. Blanking out on names right now. I'll apologize, but the guy who calls Kyle Ronnie, we saw CD there. Like I love meeting guys. We saw Pete the first week. Like we saw plenty of people the first week. It's always fun. So Garrett Wilson, 17, Brees Hall, 20. Yeah, we'll talk about some of the numbers, please. Yes, 2 plays. Let's see. The noise in week 1 better be unbearably loud. I think that week 1 of the last season, when they were playing the Patriots, the stadium was ready to be unbearably loud, just like the stadium kind of, not unbearably loud, but like the stadium week 7 against the Titans, right? Maybe it was earlier than that, but like the stadium was loud for how many people were in the stadium. But you assume if you actually win in the beginning, fans are going to be loud. Like Jets fans are dedicated, man. Like we might not be as big as the Giants or the Cowboys or anything like that, but in terms of how we've been traveling, how loyal we are, how loud we can be, if the team actually produces or gives us something to cheer about, it's going to be loud. Adam froze a little bit. Yeah, so really, Adam, the biggest difference from Zach Wilson's progression at the end of year 1 and Sam Darnold's, and admittedly, Sam Darnold's rookie year overall was probably better. Like if you're just looking at the stats, you're looking at how he played. Like Zach Wilson to start the year was dreadful. Like he was bad. Like I'm talking like worse than Geno, worse than Sanchez. Some games bad. Sam Darnold had those games against the Colts, against the Broncos, against the Lions after the pick 6, where he was pretty solid. And then towards the end of the year, Sam Darnold obviously had the Packers game, the Texans game. The thing with those games was that a lot of his big highlight plays, even if it was 5, 6, 7, those were great, but that's not replicatable. Like Aaron Rodgers said, like you only see like 3, 4, 5 plays like that in a game, and if you make those couple of plays, great. But it's really about what you do those other 30 times you pass the ball. How consistent are you in the pocket? How are you going through your reads? How comfortable are you with what you see? How's your accuracy? And to me, Zach Wilson at the end of the year, even in the Jaguars game where he only got 90 yards or whatever it was, like 100 rushing, and in the Bucs game, obviously, like he or in the Eagles game, like he took steps in those directions. The 30 plays, which really make up your play, not just the highlight plays that he made in the Titans game. Like the game against the Jaguars and the Eagles and the Bucks were much better to me than the Titans game. The Titans game was great. Yeah, he made a deep throw to Corey Davis, a deep throw to Keelan Cole, a deep throw to Jamison Crowder, but he also made plenty of bad plays where he missed Ryan Griffin, he missed Corey Davis, he chucked it into double team or into a double team or double coverage versus Corey Davis and got a lucky PI. Like that stuff is not replicatable as much. So what do you do those other reps? And to me, he really took steps in the right direction in that aspect. And now we're seeing him come in with Breece Hall, with Laken Tomlinson, with Mekhi Becton, with Garrett Wilson coming in, with Elijah Moore in the second year, with Corey Davis. And he made those steps in terms of his mental processing in the end of year one. If he continues on that trend, we're looking at what should be a good quarterback. I think he should be. I think a lot of people when they talk about Zach Wilson, like those pundits out there, don't really look at what he did towards the end of the season. The problem with a lot of those people is they'll type in, stats. Oh, well, he only threw for 90 yards against the Jags. How impressive was that? It was actually really impressive. Oh, he only threw for this many yards against the Bucks. He shredded the Bucks on some plays with Tyreek Black and Jeff Smith running routes with offensive linemen banged up. Like, that was a good game. So he developed more in terms of his mental processing versus Sam Darnold, which is, again, much more important. Mental processing, again, comfortability in the pocket, conflict climbs, having an even base, so a lot of that stuff. I think Vikings is a dub. I honestly think it could be a dub. I don't see why the Jets can't beat the Vikings. Now you're worried about Justin Jefferson, Thielen, but let's be honest, like the Jets, hey, surprise, they have a good starting cornerback room now. Like they went from absolute dog shit last year to what should be solid at the minimum this year. Yeah, nothing wrong with wearing your jersey. Listen, wear Corbett, wear Gastineau, wear whoever you want, wear new players. The only thing that I'll hate with wearing jerseys is, like, I'll see people show up to games. Like, if you were a big Darnold fan, okay, fine. Like, when the people who aren't the biggest fans, like, you'll see a Jets jersey at a Panthers game, or like when the Nets got rid of James Harden, people are still wearing James Harden Nets jerseys, or if people are wearing Jamal Adams Jets jersey, I'm like, what are you doing? Like that's the only time. But other than that, don't tell people how to live. But if you're wearing an ex-player jersey of ours who didn't leave on good terms, then screw you, man. That's what I say. So, but I usually get the first-round guys. I think I've gotten the first-round guys. So we have Sauce. We had Zach Wilson. I got a Sam Darnold. I got a Q. I did not get a Becton. So that kind of broke the streak a little bit. I don't know. I didn't get a Lee. I didn't get a Leonard Williams. No Copels, no Wilk. I got Wilk when he started dominating for the Jets. That was fun. Go behind the chat, Blewett. Yes, always. I'm still 17 minutes behind. We have depth to deal with injuries now. Yeah, Justin, of course. But there's still some spots where it's going to be unmanageable. Linebacker, tackle, safety. It's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. Predicting records in May is like mock drafting in January. Nobody pegged us to be the Titans, Bengals, or remotely close to beating the Bucks. Yeah, of course, Mardog. 100%. We all know that. Holes don't open that big in the NFL in terms of the plays I was showing with Breece Hall. No. Well, it depends. They're going to be opening a lot bigger for the Jets than they have in years past, but there are some big holes in the NFL. But for him, that one play, he made 6 guys miss. Like there was no hole in that one play. Literally the first play, I think the first play I showed, which was there was no holes that or he made something on nothing. It should have been like a 2-yard loss, and he made it a 20-yard run, whatever it was. So sure, we have 3 wideouts: Wilson, Moore, Corey. If Mims counts, we have 4. So this is why, and I brought this. I don't know what's going on. My allergies are killing me right now. I'm not gonna lie, but it is what it is. In terms of the receiver group, I want to see them. I want to bring up a list in a little bit in terms of some of the free agents, because if one of the top 3 guys go down, I'm not going to lie, I don't. And even with the top 3 guys, I don't want Barrios necessarily as a number 4. Now, if one of those guys goes down, now Barrios is your 3, and you have Jeff Smith or Denzel Mims is your 4. I can't have that. So I would like to see them make some type of move. We'll look at some free agent wide receivers in a little bit, but Emmanuel Sanders is out there, like somebody. like Sanders had like 600-700 yards last year. I know he was in a much better offense, but even if he comes for the Jets this year, play the fourth receiver. Hopefully it's Mims, obviously. But let's say it's Sanders. He gets 300-400 yards, 500 yards. Now, is he going to want to play for a Super Bowl team? Probably. I would if I was him, not the Jets. But Dan working the whole paying bills things. Maybe late to this. Glad to catch this live, Joe. Ruben, appreciate you. Appreciate that you're in here. So we add Lawson, Curry, Joyner, Becton from injury. You had Huff, who got injured at some point last year, I think to start the year. You have Q, who had a foot injury going into the year. I'm not sure how that affected him throughout the year. So yeah, you have a couple of guys. You have a couple of guys who obviously are going to join the lineup. So keep going through the chat. I don't know why, again, it keeps doing this in terms of just going to the bottom of the chat, because now I am way screwed up here. Okay, let's see. I'm going to ignore that comment. Eddie versus Erline. We're going to talk about some position groups and battles too. This is one you're going to watch. Listen, like, it's probably the position that people care the least about on football teams, but it's something. The Jets have not been blessed with good kickers. So Eddie Pinheiro obviously finished the year like 5 games where he didn't miss a kick or whatever it was, and Zerline has been inconsistent but has a massive leg. The Jets need a kicker, but let's see. Promote with sauce. Sauce. And I don't know if you guys can see it, but sauce. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but there's promoting the sauce. Maybe you're talking about showing plays, but I'm showing my what I'm repping here. So, and the thing with corners play, like corner play can be nice to watch if it's like, okay, well, no, I love watching it, but like flashy, guy makes a pick, guy makes a tackle. Like, I'm not going to show you plays and be like, oh my God, look at that great play. Like, look how well he slid his hips. Look how well he stayed square, his hands, how he replaced them. Like, you're not going to see a lot of corner highlights that are great other than like picks and PDs. So if he's just locking a guy down and he's not getting the ball thrown his way, it's not going to look flashy. So I'm not going to really show a ton of them. Go watch the video though. Mannon has all the faith in the world in Zach. Good. Jags game was extremely impressive. Sure. Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying sure. Like, it's not. I'm just saying 100% it is. His mental process in that game was really, really good, and he wasn't helped. I think he had like 3 or 4 drops that game too, which always happens. Yoshi donated his Jamal Adams jersey the day we drafted Zach last year. Donated to who? Jets have a top 10 O-line, top 10 corners, top 10 D-line, top 10 tight ends. Agree or no? All right. So as I ponder, I'm just going to go for the Miller real quick. Top 10 line, if completely healthy. Can you depend on them to be healthy? I think they'll be like just at 8, 9, 10 because Becton's still young. Obviously, ABT is still relatively young. So they're going to have some hiccups. You're going to have some guys, Becton moving from left tackle to right tackle full time. ABT moving from left guard to right guard. Like, there's going to be some bumps in the road. So how do you quantify it? Are you quantifying it over the entire year? Or are you just saying at the end of the year, they finished as this good of an offensive line? But in general, I think they could be 8, 9, 10, if not better towards the end of the year. But then also, how many games are we going to say Becton's going to miss? If Becton misses 4, 5, 6 games or more, then you're not looking at a top 10 line. But I think it could be about top 10. Top 10 corners. I think in the future, I think DJ Reed, again, however you quantify it, I'm just quantifying how I would quantify it. After 2022, I think they have a top 10 cornerback duo. I think 2023, because Sauce Gardner, even being an average starting corner, whether that be number 1 or number 2 for his first year, and I say average level starter, but I mean even a little bit more than that, because we talk about Bryce Hall being average level starter. So I think Sauce would be solid in his first year, would be what you expect, and DJ Reed to be solid too, if not really good. But I think they still finish because of some of the early bumps, in that 12 to 15 range. Which again, however you quantify that, as compared to last year where they were a bottom 3 unit in the NFL, now we're talking about the 13th best corner duo. Fantastic. Again, I'm just trying to set realistic expectations in terms of them gelling and Sauce Gardner being a rookie. But again, massive upgrade. Top 10 D-line. Bearing health, I think this should happen, just like offensive line. I think people look at the offensive line and they see one weakness, whether it be McGovern or, Fant's not that great. But a lot of people don't realize that even great offensive lines have like one or two average guys. And the Jets have that. Like Laken Tomlinson, Pro Bowler. Becton hit the ceiling, Pro Bowl level player. ABT continues to excel. He could be a Pro Bowl level player. McGovern, average center. Fant, average left tackle, right tackle, is a really good offensive line. So they should be top 10 or close to it. But that's, again, injuries. Corners in the future, D-line. How healthy is Lawson? Is Lawson 95% of what he was going into last year? If he's 95% of what he's going to last year, then yes. Because Kyle and I brought up a depth charts of other teams, and I think they were right outside the top 5 with defensive line. So to that defensive line from last year, which Kyle and I said was almost, you could argue, again, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the league. Now all you did from that line, obviously at that point, they had Curry, they had Lawson, but all you did was add Martin, add Solomon Thomas, and add JJ. So how should they not be top 10? So I think anything less than top 10 would be disappointing for the defensive line, whether that be through injury with Lawson getting injured or Q not stepping up, whatever it is, that's disappointing. So I think O-line, you should expect that. Corners, that'd be great, but expect average, which is fine. D-line, if it's not that, be disappointed. Top 10 tight ends, I really have to go through the league in terms of like 1-2 punch guys, but I think that's another group that's about average. I think Uzama is an average level starter. I think Conklin is a plus average starter, solid. And Jeremy Ruckert is a rookie who is a good number 3, but is a rookie. We don't know how his development curve is going to go. So I think they should be mid-level. Top 10, again, I'd have to go through like who does Waller have as a backup? Who does Kittle have as a backup? Who does Gronk has as a backup? Or I'm fucking that statement up. Has as a backup. Have as a backup. There we go. Beers are talking a little bit. Came out. The only Jets jersey I actually threw out was Le'Veon Bell. I always have him be the guy like, oh, burn them. But then I'll be like drinking one night and like see it and be like, I can donate this jersey. Like somebody can wear that who needs clothes. Should I really burn it? I want to. Now, that's me thinking relatively reasonably. Now, let's say I'm at a game and I don't know. I wouldn't really burn a current Jets jersey though. Like Jamal Adams would have dropped the pick and lost the game. Like at the time I'm wearing the jersey, I'm going to like him. So could anything make you guys in the moment at a game or after a game burn a jersey that you're currently wearing to the game because I'm assuming you like said player? Like Zach Wilson in the Super Bowl throws an easy, he misses an easy throw and gets a pick, and we could have won the Super Bowl when Elijah Moore was wide open on a post, but he underthrew it by 10 yards. Would you burn his jersey? I don't know. I don't know why we got into that. But donate it next time. Top 10 running backs, Richter. Yes, this is one I think that even with the development curve of Breece Hall, running back is pretty quick. I think Carter already, listen, say what you want about him in terms of his durability, but when he's on the field, I think he's a starting level running back. And Breece Hall, where you drafted him, should be at least a top half of the league guy. And you have 2 guys who are number 1s. You should be a top 10 running back duo in the league. Adam Gase asking a question, not coaching the high school team that NJ Matt made up, who is a part of JetX, NJ Matt and NJ Mike. They're sponsored by us, or at least, but when they do their podcast. So JetX's Matt, I think he did like that fake, he said it and then like sites ran away with it. Like guys from like WFAN were talking about Adam Gase working at a high school, and it was a complete lie. It just shows how much research people do. Hey, what up? This is from Kev Chada. Biggest need left is a vet swing offensive tackle. Yes, but it's yes and no, Kev. So, and you're going to agree with me here, I think. I would obviously, you can argue that they need a starting level linebacker. You could argue that you could upgrade from Marcus Joyner, so you need a starting level free safety, which, to be honest, like we'll look at even to not be a starter, but compete for a starting job and be a key role player because he's had some injuries would be a great move. But I think in a vacuum, Linebacker's a bigger need. Safety's probably a bigger need because I trust Becton to stay healthy and make an impact more than I trust LaMarcus Joyner. And I could even argue that D tackle, a run stuffing D tackle, will make more impact than a backup swing tackle. But with the same token, or at the same time, tackle is also the most important position because it's with Zach Wilson. So if you're telling me right now, hey, the Jets only signed one more guy for the rest of the year or for the rest of the offseason, which is obviously a bullshit statement, I'm taking the tackle because it's Zach Wilson. Now, again, that's with considering Zach Wilson in a vacuum. I think linebacker, safety, and maybe D tackle are bigger needs. But when it comes to Zach, protect him. So yeah, get that tackle. That's the first guy I want signed. Brandon Shell, whoever it is, I don't. We can look at the list in a little bit. Again, I don't really know about these guys because it's based on what I've seen from games, watching them in passing and stuff. So and what I've heard, but we'll see when we review them. But do you have genuine faith in Zach Wilson to be able to beat the best QBs and win championships? I don't think it's obviously not always just the best being the best quarterback. But with that being said, like I think quarterbacks nowadays, like you need to be able to be like a top 10 guy to win. Like I don't think you're really ever going to win with Kirk Cousins. Like I think Derek Carr is floating right on that level, but like you need to have that arm talent of the Russell Wilsons, Josh Allen's, Patrick Mahomes, Herberts of the world to win championships. And can Zach be that? Yes. Like we could go through all the quarterbacks in the league, and I think he's going to finish 5th, 6th, 7th, maybe argue 4th in terms of the best arms in the league, in terms of how quickly he could throw the ball, how quick his delivery is, how accurate he could be at times in certain windows, how far he could throw it, how quick he could throw it 20 yards in terms of intermediate throws with just some zip on it. So Zach has the talent to be that. Now, will he be that? That's up to him. But in terms of him having that talent, BYU started fresh, or he started as a freshman, right? And like he hit some road bumps. There's a question if he's going to start in year 2. Or no, was that year 2? He struggled. Year 3 was a question. I forget. But typically for Zach Wilson, he has a bad year, like starting off where he goes, and then he skyrockets from the second year on. So can he do that for the Jets? Is he dedicated enough? Yes. Is he in the second year in an offense? Yes. So I think Zach Wilson is going to be that 12 to 18 type guy this year. And I think after that, let's talk next year. Kind of comping out. But can he be that? 100% he could be that. How many guys can make the throws he did against the Titans? Now you pair that with the other consistent plays, and he hits those 2 or 3 or 4 big shots in a game. We're talking about a superstar quarterback. He has the potential easily to do that. So let's keep moving on. Seeing Lawson in an actual game is going to be crazy. I am so excited to see Lawson. Like he was my favorite signing of last offseason. The Jets haven't had a edge rusher since Abraham. Blah blah blah. We all talk about it. It's the same shit over and over again with that. I thought Lawson was probably the best edge rusher in free agency. I don't give a shit about the numbers. And to have him tear his ACL or Achilles, right? Achilles versus the Packers like a couple of weeks before the season was starting or preseason was starting was brutal. Because I legitimately think that he's probably going to be the best player on the Jets last year, and we lost him. And then I think Becton, when we did our top 25, was in our top 3 as well. Like I think it was Mosley, Becton, and Lawson were the best 3 players going or on the roster. Or sorry. I apologize. It was not Becton, it was Q. But Becton was in probably the top 4 to 5, and we lost 2 or 3 of our top players, like before the season even really started. So it sucks. Joshua, what's up, Joe? Hope all is well. It's well. And not working tonight. A couple of Millers with you guys. Again, I don't know what you're drinking, but even if it's grape juice or Miller or Yingling, cheers. John Hassel, Ryan Moran had a couple of good articles for Jets X Factor today. I just read them. Dude, Jets X Factor, we're killing it. I think, and this isn't. I think we've tweeted this out, but like we're already like top 3 to 5 in traffic of Jet sites, and we're a Jet site that charges. Like no other Jet sites charge, and they still don't get as much traffic. So listen, pat the website on the back, but yeah, it's because of guys obviously like Sabo and like Nani and like myself who are the owners, but then you have the Ryan Morans and Stevens and Andrew Goldens and Vitors and James Wighouse, and all these guys who are killing it writing articles too. So I appreciate all the support. And again, to be a top 3 to 5 site already, 2 years in, is great. So I appreciate all you guys who are checking it out just past the live streams, because that's the real bread and butter. Like, I like talking to you guys, but at the end of the day, the site being successful, which is clicks on the site, clicks on the film reviews, clicks on the articles, is even more important than YouTube. But YouTube's obviously a big part of that. I really appreciate getting to know you guys over the last probably like year or two we've been doing these, but the last couple of months just talking one-on-one with you guys is cool too. Bradbury 1 year deal is a steal, like Moses Steele was for us. Yeah, but Bradbury was what, 1 year, $10 million, but Bradbury is still a very solid corner, where Moses is obviously, a decent tackle. So I get it in terms of price, in terms of steal. Yeah. How much of a learning curve could ABT and maybe even Becton face switching sides of the line? So it depends on the player. Obviously, Becton played right tackle at Louisville. At times, there were certain drives he would switch left tackle, right tackle, and then ABT. I'm not sure if he played the right guard spot, but I'm pretty sure he played a little bit of right tackle at times. So he already played the right side. So it's not going to be as big as players who've been, like Laken Tomlinson. He's been left guard in the NFL for 6 years. Like, it'd be a little bit harder for him to switch sides, where Becton just a couple of years ago was playing right tackle. ABT has played on the right side. So it's going to be a learning curve, but it's not like they're going to be able to, or not. It's not like they're not going to be able to get over the hump. That's what I'm trying to say. There we go. Our D-line is overrated. Run stop wise, sure. Pass rush wise, no. Q, even Solomon Thomas, Vinny Curry, Lawson, JJ. It's not overrated to what extent? What is rated? What is it rated? Like, what are you saying to say it's overrated? I don't know. Brian Newell, hold on, I have to get my. I think I'm gonna have to take a leak soon, guys. I'm not gonna lie. The seal has not broken, but I had one or two before I came onto the stream, so it might have to be broken. Let's see. D-line can't stop the run. Wake up. Yeah, Matt Graff. I don't know if you're talking to other people or me, but I literally said that I think the Jets are going to lose the Ravens game because they're not going to be able to stop the run, and they could really struggle with the Browns because they can't stop the run. And I mentioned how one of their biggest needs is D tackle, because they necessarily couldn't stop the run last year with the D tackles. So, yeah, wake up, Jets fans. I'm talking to me or somebody else, but they could struggle to run. Now, you hope Q takes a step up in the defense. You hope that JFM, maybe he plays the end on early downs to stop the run, and he gets better at it. You hope they add a D tackle who can stop the run, because minus or opposite of Q, because it's not Rankins, it's not JFM on the inside, it's not Marshall. Maybe Shepard makes a team because he comes in 25% of the time, 30% of the time to stop the run. That's not my answer, but yeah, it's gonna struggle in the run game. But I think that they have potential to be a top 5 to 10 pass rush unit, and then hopefully they can hold their ground in the run game. So let's see. I placed a $100 bet from Alex Hunt. The Jets would beat the over of 5.5. I hope it didn't curse us. Good bet. I think I bet 100 or 167 or like 200 about. So Praj, how many sacks, total sacks do you expect? What's the league average? Like, I feel like 50, like just above 50 is really high, right? Like 54, 55 is like probably the tops in the league. So I'd expect the Jets to have, again, I don't know the numbers, but the Jets are going to have 44 sacks, and that is going to finish 8th in the league. Does that sound about right? Like, can people look up the numbers for that? There were 44 sacks to get the Jets in 2021. Who can tell me? Because I don't know. I don't study numbers. Yes, Joe. DJ Reed should handle twitchy receivers. Sauce should face Claypool, DK body types. So I think they're going to keep DJ Reed on the right side for zone looks. And then when they're not in zone, they're going to play or when DJ Reed's not on the right side and Sauce is not just on the left, it's going to be because they're in man coverage. Now they're going to have to be a little bit more they're going to have to disguise a little bit better than that, because obviously teams are going to see, like, okay, DJ Reed on the right, zone coverage, Sauce. If Sauce is on the right, it's man coverage. Like, obviously they're going to have to change the tendencies a little bit, but the Jets, with bringing in Sauce and bringing in DJ Reed, I think they open themselves up to playing a little bit more man coverage on first and second down. So, hey Joe, hey Frederick, my boy Hammered. I'm actually not. I'm just struggling with words. I would tell you. Tongue is just not. It's not funny right now. So, Joe, prediction on NFL rank for Jets O and D at the end of the year. Let's think. The Jets offense is going to finish the 13th best offense in the league. And the defense is going to finish 20th. And that's a product of the schedule that they have. Again, I think they have a good D-line. I think they have a good corner group. But I think the lack of depth and the lack of top-tier talent at the safety position and then the lack of depth behind Mosley is going to hurt the Jets defense which is obvious, but I think it's going to hurt a little bit more than some people realize because the Jets and Saleh and Ulbrich and then in this system ask the linebackers to cover a lot of ground. And listen, like even if they do sign Quan Alexander or one of these other guys, I think that would help. But it's not the answer. Like Quan Alexander is not the answer. So I think overall there's going to be a lower tier group. And same thing for the safeties. Like Whitehead, okay. I would say probably an average level starter. And Joyner is a bad starter. So they should be a lower tier safety group, but not absolutely brutal like they were last year. So defense, I don't know what I just said. 8, did I say 20? So defense 20, offense 13th. That feels about right. People are going to shit on me, but NY Jets stream. I live in LA and never been to a Jets game. I'm contemplating flying out to Denver this year, though. That's a tough game. You've never been to a Jets game. You're going to start with Denver. Why not go to like Seattle? Like, is that your only option? NY Jets stream. I'm curious. Is that your only like days you're off? Or, like, is that the only way it fits in your schedule? Because that's probably the worst game to fly out for on the entire calendar this year. Unless you're going to fly to the Bills game. Like, I'd rather see the Jets in Denver than in Buffalo. But you're picking one of the hardest games for them in the entire year. Like even Green Bay. Like, come to Green Bay. I think that they might have a better shot winning that game than Denver. I don't know. Could be wrong. I sold a Santa jersey for $10 to a used clothing store in Canada. I don't think I had a Sanchez jersey, but I remember loving Favre when he came to the Jets, and then I was really pissed at Favre. Obviously, like being a kid, that was 2008, so I was 15 years old, so I was like a kid, teenager, and I loved Favre. And then they blow the last they were 8-3, right? 8-3, and then they blew the last 5 games, missed the playoffs, and they only needed to win one of those games. And I was so pissed at Favre. And like little known to me, like I didn't know they had, or he had a shoulder injury or whatever it was. So I hated it. And then my dad gets me a Brett Favre jersey for Christmas. I was like, you son of a bitch! Like they're blowing the season, Let's see, 3 teams had 50 plus sacks last year. Jets had 43. And what did I say? 44. So they're gonna have 11 more sacks. But Jonathan Richter, I wonder what would 44 finish them last year? Like, would they finish? Is that 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th? Top 12 defense, around 16th offense. Really, Steven? So I'm assuming you're saying the offense is going to be lower because of Zach Wilson, and you have enough faith in the pass rush and the corners of the defense because they're the most important parts of the defense, and that's why they're going to win so many, or that's why they're going to be so good on defense. To me, I'm putting the offense at 13th and the defense at 20th because I think linebacker and safety is going to hurt unless they sign a guy. So I think they have more holes on defense. Are my comments working? Does Joe have me blocked? I do not. Let's see. Sorry. Getting back up. Pittsburgh 55, Minnesota 51, Rams 50. Is David Wyatt guy a part of JetX? Frankie put me on his articles. Yeah, he is. He does his own stuff too. Like he does the Jets something, like the little art, like the like news articles or whatever, like the blotters or whatever he puts out like every day. But he's a part of JetX too. He writes for JetX. So good to have the UK connection. I think he's like the runner of like the Jets UK official account too, or something like that. He's involved heavily. I forget exactly what it is. But Wyatt was a long-time contributor to Gangrene Nation. Good guy. Yeah, JetX too now. What do you think was Zach's best game? The Bucs game. I think that's an easy answer. I think the second best game after that was probably the Jaguars game, and I think the third game after that was the Eagles. And those were his like really 3 good games. And people will think I'm crazy in terms of looking up the stats of the Eagles game. But the processing in the Jags game was really stellar to me. So let's keep going. British fellow, not sure what that means. Oh, in terms of David Whitehampton, yeah. Does Jersey have edibles? Well, Houston is still illegal. Weed is legal in all of New Jersey for everybody, which is wild. There are some, I'm not even getting into the whole police thing. There are some people who are putting out policies against police not doing it, but there are places who are saying that you're able to do it. So it's a really interesting time right now with cops and doing that. Jets were 8-1, I thought. I'm not sure what you mean by that. 44 sacks would have put the Jets in 9th. Okay. Appreciate that, Richter. So, yeah, 44 sacks. Okay. Good number. I said they're going to be a top 10 unit in terms of pass rushing. They're going to have some holes at linebacker. They're going to have some holes at safety. So, they could be better if they had better coverage behind them. But some tight ends and slot receiver are going to eat up the Jets a little bit. So, 44, I'll take it. Square peg, flight connections. Not sure what that means. Keep moving on. Joe Blewett, what's up? What's up, Jets? Jets chaos with Jeremy. Either I am a little bit more drunk than I thought, or your name was not always Jets chaos. It was NFL chaos, right? Or am I crazy? I might be crazy. I'm pretty sure I'm right. Why don't they use Nazaline as a safety if that's his natural spot? Because they already switched him to linebacker. You don't want to use him as a safety and then use him as a linebacker and then switch back to safety. That's not great. Now, why did they not use him as a safety right off the bat? It's because the Jets want long, athletic linebackers. Like, look at what Fred Warner was and look how long and athletic he is. Now you're taking a raw, long, athletic guy from FSU. They wanted him to be that linebacker. So, Mike, I think running game and tight ends will help with time of possession. Special teams help with field position. Those things should surpass raw offensive numbers and prop up defensive ranking. Yeah, Mike, it's a good point too. In terms of being able to control the ball, like the things you're talking about right now are controlling the ball. Even special teams controlling the ball. It's no Titans game in the top 3. No, Michael. So I think in terms of Zach's best games, that game was not very clean for him. Like he could have closed out the game with a touchdown to Ryan Griffin. He could have closed out the game with a throw to Corey Davis. He could have closed out the game, or he could have made some better decisions. Like he was up and down that game. He had the splash plays, but in terms of what I'm looking for, in terms of a good quarterback game, yeah, those flashy plays are going to make the top 10 plays in sport or on SportsCenter or ESPN or whatever. But in terms of what I want to see from my quarterback, I have the Bucs game as one. Jags, Eagles fighting for 2, but top of my mind right now, I'll say the Jags and the Eagles were 3. To be fair, though, with saying that, I was in St. Thomas and St. John, the Virgin Islands, when the Eagles game happened. So I don't think I actually watched the film on that game. Yeah, actually, I don't think I did, which is crazy. Is Brady Quinn a tool? So can somebody break down what he said? Because I saw some people saying on Twitter, but I don't really know. Did he just say the Jets might be 0-9? Is that all it was? Or did he do extra hate on Zach Wilson or something like that? Yeah, he's a tool. Do you know, like, people just assume because you play in the NFL, you know everything. Like, so, okay, Lee Duzible said the Jets are going to win this game. Dude, we should believe Lee Duzible. He played in the NFL. We're going to win this game. And then what happens when Bart Scott says they're going to lose that game? Bart Scott says they're going to lose. Hold on, but Duzible says they're going to win. So, like, what happens if Bart Scott says Jermaine Johnson's good and Duzible says he's bad? Oh, well, hold on, wait a second. Like, who do I believe? They play in the NFL. Like, just because they play in the NFL, one, doesn't mean they know what they're talking about teams and wins and other positions. And 2, they could just be wrong. Like, there's plenty of receivers who have loved receivers coming in and they suck. Or there's plenty of receivers who receivers hated and they came in and were good. So, like, just put your faith into people who show you proof. I think that's if you respect them and they actually watch it, you can tell they watch it, great. But there's not a lot of people who actually put or have the proof in the pudding, or proof is in the pudding, whatever. I have the pudding. I show you guys the pudding. Alexander Hunt, who will be our top receiver this year? Elijah Moore. No comment. I think they're not doing edibles yet. Yeah, they need to let cops smoke weed. It's your own business what you do in your own time. Yeah, Verge, this is a very long conversation we can get into in a more proper setting. Being really quick on it doesn't really matter. I can't get in trouble for saying this. You're not really going to convince me that weed is worse than alcohol in many ways. Now, I get that with weed, you can get a little bit burnt out. It can affect your decision making for a little bit longer because you get kind of stupid. But with beer, people fight, people choke on their own vomit, they cheat on their wives, they get in cars, they crash, people get high, they want to eat taquitos, Ilios, order pizza, play video games, and watch movies. Like it's not. I don't see how you could say it's bad. So yeah, I agree. To be honest, I completely agree. Now what do laws say? That's a different story because I follow those. Like, do I think it's stupid I have to wear a white undershirt all the time to work? Yeah. But if my work tells me, hey, you have to wear a white undershirt to work, I'm going to do it because I like a pension. Daniel Murphy, are the Jets fans basically just choosing the players' numbers for them? Feels like we've basically swayed the players towards their number. So we'll go over this in a little bit, but Sauce is going to wear 1. Reed was 2 with the Seahawks, and then he wanted to go to 1, but he was never 1. So he gave it up for whatever amount of money. I'll actually really like 4 on Reed. Breece Hall could not be 35. Him going to 20 is great because that's behind the scenes. I like that number 1 because Brian Dawkins is my favorite player of all time, and he wore 20. And with that being said, 20 is my wife's number too. So we like players who wear 20. So that's a cool number. Garrett Wilson, 17. I don't love 17 on Garrett Wilson. It's a little bit more like it's so the thing about I wanted him to be 5, but 17 is still a slim number. Like 1 is slim, 7 is slim. So it's still a slimmer number, but for some reason I associate 17 with Braylon Edwards, who's a little bit bigger. But I could get used to Garrett Wilson in 17. That's fine. But Jermaine Johnson at 52, Breece Hall at 35, Sauce at 20 was unacceptable. Sauce changed. Jermaine Johnson, there's rumors he's going to 11 and Mims might go to 15. I think Mims put up like a picture of him in 15 at Baylor. So I think that's going to happen, which is awesome. So NFL chaos with Jeremy. Name change. And said 1-8, 0-9. Yeah, that's a little bit stupid. Connor reported and Salah said in his podcast that London was our wide receiver 1, somewhat concerned that they were just locked in on a wide out there. So Adam, and you know that London was my receiver 1, which again, ding for the good guys in terms of the first receiver who went off the board was my receiver 1. But they could have not, it's not necessarily locked in on Wilson or locked in on, or not locked in on Wilson, locked in on a receiver there. They could have easily said, okay, there's going to be a receiver run. So they could have seen that run coming and kind of spearheaded that run, obviously past the Drake London pick, because they knew that Wilson was going to go, Olave was going to go, all these guys were going to go. And they said, okay, screw it. We have a better chance of maybe getting Carl Loftus or Johnson later, so we're going to take the receiver now. That could have easily been their thinking. Brady said we're going to need a quarterback in 2024 draft. Yeah, if it was Brady Quinn, we needed a quarterback in the 2024 draft, but we have Zach Wilson, so no. Keep moving on. Let's keep going. And I got to get into my topics. There's still topics I want to get into. The chat is being really annoying, though, in terms of like moving around. Show me the pudding. Proof is in the pudding. But yes, I have the pudding. I guess that's the new saying. I have the pudding. If eating taquitos is wrong, I don't want to be right. Exactly right, Mike. Exactly right. Dawkins, I think they called him Wolverine or something. Yeah, he had 2 lockers. He was the other. He had another persona on game day, and that was the X, the Wolverine. So Brian Dawkins is my favorite player of all time. Jets, any player in history, it's Dawkins to me. I absolutely love the way that guy played. So yeah, he was an absolute savage. So is it true the Jets signed and released Brady Quinn twice in 2013? Maybe he's still mad at the team. I know they released him at least once. I don't know if it was twice, though. Jonathan Richter, 81 Jets, had 65 sacks featuring Klecko's 20 and Gastineau's 20. Klecko's 20.5 and Gastineau's 20. That is ridiculous, man. Like, I wish I could have seen that. 20 and a half and 20. Trivia question, because I really can't even answer it. Since Abraham, what's the most sacks the Jets have gotten a season? Did Wilkerson get like? Did he get like 10 one year? Like, what's the highest sack total in the last like 20 years? Somebody tell me. I would think it'd be Wilkerson, right? Wilkerson in like 2013 or 14. Did he get like 10? Maybe. I really don't know. I really do forget because we haven't had a lot of guys like that. So I really wanted Garrett Wilson in 10, to be honest. Yeah, but 10 wasn't that Kembrell Tompkins? We don't want that. We don't want that energy, Nick Integra. As a West Virginia University fan, it was disheartening to watch him gash us. But I remember telling my friend that he's going to be one of the best running backs in the NFL soon. Luckily, they just drafted him. That's cool. Connor misunderstood that what Salah said. It's obvious the interview that. Okay, yeah, I don't really listen to a lot of those interviews. So Edward Diff, appreciate the super chat, $2. Alcohol equals fighting weed, sandwich, and a nap. Yeah, again, it's not. We're not getting into that too much, but for those people who do it out there, I salute. I couldn't care. I literally couldn't care any less. I have zero cares about that. Zero Fs. Okay, let's keep moving on. Drunk Jets fans were being blown out. Are ugly and violent. Meadowlands never Shea. Yeah, I think they were more classy back in the day. I think a lot of people in and to be honest, I think a lot of the cell phone era and having video readily available era has pointed out more of fights. But let's not act like there weren't fights in Shea. There were just no videotapes to grab it and publicize it. Just like a lot of stuff nowadays. When you have videos and it gets blown up on social media, you think things are much worse and much more prevalent than they really are. Like there was fights. There's fights everywhere, dude. Like we were getting blown out like 3-21 in Arizona. And I wasn't even wearing a Jets jersey. I took the Jets jersey off, and I was just sitting down, not even yelling or doing anything. And I got hot dogs thrown at me because people knew I was a Jets fan. It's like, yeah, there's going to be fights. It's just, again, it's what it is. Wilkerson had 10. Okay, yeah, I was thinking like 10 and 12 that one year, right? Abraham, 11 and a half. Yeah, I don't know exactly what it was, but it felt like that was like a big year where he had, or was it 2015? He had like 12, and then towards the end of the year is when he hurt his foot, right? Because he hurt his foot and he came back. He was never the same. And obviously he just gave zero effort like half the time. So Wilkerson, maybe Sean Ellis. Yeah, Sean Ellis was in my fandom point where I wasn't like really looking up stats. Like I was watching the game, I wasn't like stat watching because he left in 20. Did he leave in 2011? When did Sean Ellis leave? Like I wasn't looking at stats now. I was just a fan, like a regular fan. I didn't really give a shit about the stats. Yeah. I would like 5 or 5, 10. 10's a really slim number. Considering pace would change my mind. Wilkin had 12. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mike. People in general were more classy back in the day. Yeah, probably. I just realized I'm not live in the video. Just finished the haul videos where I'm at. I'm an idiot. There's a lot of good haul plays. So that's 49 plays. I'm going to be breaking that down play by play in a couple of days. So let's see. Adam J. Parnes, when I was a senior in high school, I got thrown in MetLife jail for buying a beer with a fake ID against the Seahawks in 2016. How'd you get thrown into MetLife jail, Adam? I have been obliterated at Jets games, like being 19, 20 years old. And I was asking people, just walk up to people saying, hey, can you buy me a beer? I never got in trouble. Fun story about Joe, since we're already having some beers and talking with you guys, and you guys are my Jets family in here, so I appreciate you all. I actually fell down a couple of seats when that was 2013. So I was 20 years old, and the Jets were playing the Bucks, Jets home opener, and that's the game where Geno Smith got hit late out of bounds, and the Jets kicked the field goal because of a personal late hit out of bounds. And at that point in my life, I do not anymore. I have not in years, but I used to chew tobacco. And the space between the seats is so thin that you don't really have a lot of space to stand. And if you have to bend down, you pretty much have to bend down just completely from your waist. And I had a spitter. Again, you guys know people who chew tobacco, you have to spit it out. So I had a spitter that I went to go grab. And when I went to go grab it, I was too drunk to keep myself up. And I was leaning, basically going to touch my toes. And I think I fell over 2 rows and got stuck between seats. So that was a good time. So I've been that drunk in MetLife underage, and I still didn't get in trouble. So What is wrong with you, Adam J. Parnes? You gotta get away with stuff better, my guy. Frederick Saxon 2022, Q10, Lawson 9, JJ7, Huff 5 as our top 4. That would be great because Q having 10 as a D tackle is fantastic. Lawson, I think we predicted around 10 to 12 last year. So if he gets 9 this year, that's about 90% of what he is. That's great. JJ7 for his rookie years is fantastic. So let's say back in the day at Hofstra, after the afternoon practice, almost all the players would interact with a few hundred people there. My parents took us to training camp practice very often. Yeah, I wasn't there for the Hofstra stuff, but I heard it was awesome. What about JFM sacks? JFM is going to play more on the inside, and JFM is going to have 7.5 sacks. 29, you still have hair. I still have I have too much freaking hair. So, yeah, damn Joe. Yeah, I've done some stupid shit at Jets games. That's not half of it. I cannot confirm or deny if after Jets game I jumped the fence to the racetrack and ran across the racetrack to get to my car faster. Can't confirm it. It may or may not have happened, but that was exhilarating. If it were to happen, that was exhilarating, or would be exhilarating, right? Verge Tibbs went to the Jets game in the 80s when I was a kid, watching drunken fights in the crowd from the safety of my dad's handicap seats during the blowouts was exciting to me. Kind of made me a Jets fan. You still know going to Jets games, you're going to see 4 or 5 fights in the upper decks, and I usually sit in upper decks. I start off like end zone up like high, and now I'm trying to slowly move into the 50. And then once I move into the 50, I'm gonna move down to the first row. Like I think last year or a lot of the years past, or the last couple of years, let's say, I've been like 30 to 35 yard line, like the first like 10. And then move down to the 200 level first row. I think 200 level first row is the best seats in the house. I don't like being so close where everybody kind of looks. They're almost like too big and too far away. Like you're at too of a level plane to really know what's going on. Like I like to know, like, okay, they got the first down. There are times when you're so low, you can't tell if they just gained 3 yards or if they gained 10, especially if you're drinking. So Mo Wilkerson, 12 sacks in 2015 was the most since Abraham. Yeah. And what was Abraham? I wonder what Abraham's last year was, or like what his highest was. Again, I was 7, 8 years old. So like I could talk about those players, but not obviously recite stats. So caught the last few years at Hofstra is so awesome. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to get into some of the other stuff I wanted to bring up, but again, I would just end up bullshitting with you guys for quite a bit. So I never get to all the topics, but let me pull up some of the stuff I have. I've heard some people, and these are just things I could run through in literally 2 seconds. Just give me a second. Okay. Rather just drink a lot really quick and then get that done instead of just taking a bunch of breaks. So, Cut Rankins, I've heard that on Twitter a little bit in terms of people talking about getting rid of him. I'm pretty sure his contract is like $7 million, but like already 4 or 5 of it was guaranteed on like April something. So they're not going to cut him. If they were going to cut him, it would have been a month ago. So if you do think they were going to get rid of him, it's not going to happen. So Rankins is staying on the team. I've seen some people bring that up. I just want to note that to you guys. Again, I see some stuff getting passed around and I want to mention it. I wanted to ramp the schedule. I obviously did already. Again, if you are going to the Green Bay game, if you are going to the Vikings game, let me know, because I know a lot of people like to go to the home opener and you had your dad Jeff and your uncle Jim who you're going to tailgate with. A lot of people fly to other places and they don't go, or they don't know where to go because it's just them or just them and their friend. I'm sure in Minnesota, I'm sure in Green Bay, there's going to be Jets fans meetups. Like I'm not going to listen. Do I want you guys sleeping in the same hotel as me? No, but do I want to go out to the bar with you guys on Friday night, Saturday night, drink on Sunday? Fuck yeah, I do. So let's get that done. So make sure you tell me some of those games. Zach Wilson put on about 6 pounds of muscle. I want to bring that up. Some people are calling him Quadzilla. He's clearly bigger than he was last year. And a lot of his size issues, like people were talking about, his height. He's the same height as Aaron Rodgers. So that was never the problem. The people who are bringing up the size of him is a little bit more about how frail he was. So from him being 20, 21 years old to future seasons being 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, he's going to build muscle. And the fact that he's 6 pounds bigger, I think 6 pounds bigger in terms of muscle is great. It allows him to take more hits, to break more tackles. You just hope his athleticism stays with him, which it will. It's only 6 pounds. He's 22 years old or 21 years old. Like, that's not going to hamper him. It's not like gaining 6 pounds of muscle at 28, 29 when you're pretty much peaked out. He's going to continue to get bigger just naturally. So that's good, obviously, for him. Now, I brought this up already, but I did want to mention that I think early on, Carter might be the better short down back or the short yardage back than Breece Hall. Breece Hall, again, home run hitter, has more power than Carter, but Carter knows how to use his power better. So if you're telling me right now, gun to my head, 4th and 1, inside zone, who is getting that first down? It's Michael Carter to me. Because Breece needs to learn how to accelerate through contact in short yardage situations more consistently. But with that being said, it could easily change. Burks, I noted that him not making it through his first practice. Again, I'm not saying the guy is a bust. I'm not saying that he cannot change his NFL or turn his NFL career around, which is, it's not even really down right now. It's just one practice. But with that being said, I still told you that I was concerned about his work ethic and what he did on the field. And it is what it is. So somebody mentioned to me the other day, so that's another pat on the back. I'm sorry, it is what it is. But when you say that stuff and it comes to fruition, it's kind of nice. Numbers, I want to bring up that. Sauce number 1. Again, don't know if you could see it, but Sauce jersey, gotta rep it. Breece to 20, love the number. JJ to 11, and 17 staying on Wilson. We already kind of talked about that. I'll get back to the chat in a second. Actually, let me get back to the chat now, and then we'll go through the rest of the little topics I wrote down. Let's see. You guys are smart. I love being able to come on here, have a couple of beers, not have to worry about like you guys know, film, we're getting after it. Now, in terms of contract numbers and this $3 million is guaranteed on May 4th, I don't remember that shit. I'm not about that stuff. So you guys are killing it in terms of just giving me the stats. I like that. I can rely on you guys for that. So let's see. I remember actually people talk. I just scrolled past like me falling over some seats. I also remember the Jets game against the Pats with the butt fumble. I went there and I was obliterated. And my friend, this kid Mark, he just broke up with his girlfriend, and I was trying. There was like these 2 girls like doing face paints, and like they were both pretty cute. So I walked up and was like trying to spit game, like blacked out to these guys for my friend, like to get him a hookup. And I was just so I guess badly drunk. Whatever. I walked back. I just had like 2 big blobs, like a white blob and a green blob. It was supposed to say like Jets, but I guess I was just moving so much and like being such an idiot. They just painted blobs on my face. There's been a ton of stupid shit. So let's see what you guys are saying. Mike, I see Mike in here. Mike was at the fake Spike game. He was like 12 and watched a drunk Dolphins fan get his ass beat. It's going to happen. Like, listen, there are some stadiums, like, I'm not going to lie to you guys. Like, if it happens, it happens, but I lose my job if that happens. So there are some stadiums that I'm going to go to. I know some stadiums in LA. I know going to Philly. I know maybe even going to New England with a Jets jersey on, especially dependent on who I'm going with. There's going to be some jerseys you might just wear a sweatshirt. Like, it's just, you can't get into fights in my line of work. You lose your job. So, but at the same token, if a guy punches you in the dome from behind, how are you going to react? You're going to walk away? Who was there to see that punch from behind? Did you start it, even though you responded from getting punched from behind? That's why some places it's sketchy to me. I want to go to every stadium, which I will, but there will be certain games where I'm going to be a little bit more relaxed. Eagles, more relaxed. Patriots, a little bit more relaxed. A lot of those games, like Pats game, I want to make sure I go with fans who are Pats fans. So if they're talking shit, like, yo, listen, bro, like, he's a Jets fan, but I'm a Pats fan. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, you need some guys like that around you. Because I've seen guys get their ass beats for just being opposing fans when Jets fans are drunk, even if they're nice. So it happens. You like Clemens, Chuck Norris jokes? I'll start. Clemens is the only one who can email a wedgie. The only one who can email a wedgie. Am I stupid? Because I don't get it, Kevchada. You started off with Clemens Chuck Norris jokes, which I don't know if it's a trend. I've seen some of it on Twitter. But he can email a wedgie. I've heard some good Chuck Norris jokes. There are some good ones. I can't think of any top of my head. Like there's the one, like the popular ones that go, like when he does push-ups, he pushes the earth. He doesn't whatever. But yeah, I don't get the Clemens is the only one who can email a wedgie. I don't know. Hey, Joe, on the live stream when wife was locked out, you and Kyle were ranking when each position room was last good. Can you imagine if everyone? Hey, Joe, on live stream when wife was locked out. Oh, what did I have to run out real quick and let her back in? Yeah, dude. Okay. So I'm gonna take the second part of this, or the last part of this. Can you imagine if everyone plays to the ability and stays healthy? Which Rollin, like we know that's no team. No team has everybody play to their ability and stay healthy. If everybody played to their ability and stay healthy, we're talking about a Jets team who has 10, 11 wins, right? Like the offense in terms of all the position groups, assuming health and reaching the ceiling, tight end, above average. Running back, top 10. Offensive line, top 10, if not better. Defensive line, top 10. They have plenty of position groups. You know, receiver. If Garrett Wilson plays his potential and he's a number one receiver, and Elijah Moore is a number one receiver, and Corey Davis plays his potential, which is a solid number two, like, dude, it's not gonna happen, obviously. So I saw Key get his first TD pass. Cool. I appreciate you guys throwing out some of your stuff you've seen in games. I'm gonna say I've been to some really good games. My like some of my earliest memories were I remember being there was a Raiders game and I started a Raiders suck chant in the stadium. Like literally, we told like the group behind us and like we were like 10, and then like we told all of the 4 rows behind us, and like it just you would hear it spread through the stadium. Just Raiders suck, which we never chant, but it actually started in the stadium, which was like one of my first memories. Great. I remember Jericho Cotchery Patriots, again, really young. I don't know exactly what year it was. You guys can probably tell me better who have been around for a little bit longer, but it's the game that Jericho caught that ball and he got tackled and like spun, fell down on a guy's back, got up and ran for a touchdown. I was at that game like really early on. 2010 opener was amazing. 2009 opener against the Pats was amazing. Indy game beating the Colts in Indy was amazing. The Decker 2015 touchdown in the end zone, I was there for that one. Amazing. Plenty of home openers have been fun. You know, I've been a season ticket holder for 6-7 years. Then with being my job, I had to miss a game or two. But there's been some great games. Not as much recently, but yeah. Let's see. You can never have too much hair. Yeah. Listen, I was already put behind the 8 ball in terms of my last name being Blewett, and having a big ass head. If I had no hair too, that's just like how many disadvantages that I have to get starting my life. You know, like Blewett's not an easy road. Like you're either going to sink or swim real quick in grade school with a last name like Blewett. You guys can be the judge of if I sank or swim. But yeah, that's tough. So being bald too, that would suck. My head's too big for being bald. It's too bald, or it'd be too bad. Rankin's already got some money, 5th day of the league year. Yeah, exactly. Jets fan United, which is why he's not going to get cut. They would have done it earlier. So let's say, Roland, did you see the video of Bills fans getting pissed off when Jets? Yeah, I saw that. That was like one of the most retweeted videos on draft night, or on the second draft night when they drafted Breece Hall. In terms of just Bills fans being pissed, they drafted a corner and not getting him. Breece Hall is a first-round level running back. He really is, whether it be this year or in years past. And this year, the Jets thought he was that level because they tried to trade up for him. When the Zekes of the world were going and all these guys, even Clyde Edwards-Helaire, like he's a better running back than Clyde Edwards-Helaire. If the on like a lie detector test, if the Chiefs could say, okay, we'll take Clyde Edwards-Helaire, the prospect, over Breece Hall, they'd be lying. It would be a complete lie. Like he's so much better of a prospect than Clyde Edwards-Helaire. So, about Freakle D, you're a little late, my guy. You know, it's you're like 2.5 hours late. So, moving on. See what you guys are saying. Justin Hardy, some Justin Hardy talk. My boy is a real wingman for that. Yeah, I wasn't trying to get asked myself. I was just trying to talk game to get my friend out of a slump, and my face just ended up being 2 different colors, and I looked like a complete asshole. But I tried, right? It's a thought that counts. I didn't land it. I'm not gonna be like, yo, bro, I got these 2 chicks and they went back. They had a threesome. Like I would be lying. I completely struck out, and they probably laughed at me for weeks. But I tried. It's probably because I couldn't form a sentence. That definitely did not help. So, yeah, I tried, guys. I tried. I was working in Delicious Orchards in 1994. I was 18. Wow. So math, 8, 9. So you're, I don't even know. I'm not even trying to do that math. 18 plus. Oh, so you're like 48, 49-ish, Steven? All right. Makes sense. You know, George. And he's a little bit older than you, right? George was like 50. Damn, 51, 52? I don't know how old he is, but that makes sense. I was the Pats game with the catch also. Yeah, that was great. That was great. Texans game last minute win. I don't know if I was there for that one. I was there for the Texans primetime game when we lost like 30-24. And I remember I was, again, inebriated a little bit and had a David Harris jersey on. And like I just remember being like really mad, like holding my jersey like this, and eventually just like pulling it, and my David Harris jersey like ripped like right down here. And then eventually I just ended up ripping it because I was pissed and intoxicated. So that Texans game, I always remember ripping my David Harris jersey. I was not happy about it. Oh, in other words, Clemens can give a wedgie through an email. Picture it. Okay, I get it, but not your best work, Kev. Let's see. That Kocher game, he was someone who rated another guy, took a feud season. Yeah, and like a lot of the Jets like past has been really haunted by bad quarterback play, and a lot of these guys would have made a bigger impact with better quarterbacks. Like, let's be honest. So 46 in June. I wonder like what the average age group of people in live streams is. I feel like it's like, I'm not gonna lie, with a lot of you guys, I feel like the average age in here would be like 45. Could be wrong. I don't know. I think I have a lot of smart, well-spoken Jets fans who've been around for a little bit. I don't know. Howell. I was just in Howell, Steven, for that SWAT test. Right? Went to their range, went to whatever park that is. I don't know what the park is, but I'm sure you know. I don't know the name of it, but some park in Howell I was in, and running around it and pulling dummies and all that fun stuff. Fregal Day, oh shit, I used to work in Colts Neck Inn and had a few friends who worked in Delicious Orchards. Yeah, Colts Neck. Obviously, that was Steven, but I live, 25 minutes? Brick? Yeah, that's 45 minutes for me. Brick. A lot of Jets fans in Central Jersey. The Jets didn't draft Clemens. Clemens drafted the Jets. I'm assuming this has to be a thing on like Ryan's stream, right? This weekend. All right, let's see. Maybe a long shot, but do you know a Bill Ball? He's around 50 and now. Oh, you're talking to Steven still. Okay. Other topics. Keep throwing some stuff in the chat. Let's get through some of the talking points I want to get through that are prevalent or relevant this week, just after this. Oh, I want to ask you guys this too. And I mentioned the top 3 draft picks all under contract. Great, cool. You guys, I want you to see me or see you guys tell me in the chat. So last year I did 3 UDFAs. I think I did Hamilcar Rashid, I did Yaboa, and I did Isaiah Dunn, right? Yeah. This year I'm doing 3. Who do you guys want? It's, obviously you have Tori Adams, you have DQ Thomas, you have Zonovan Knight, you have who's the other guy? Calvin Jackson. Who are the 3 guys you want? Like, who's the guys even if it's not 3, like who is the one guy you guys absolutely want to see? Because I'm only doing 3 reviews of the UDFAs. So I want to know. Knight, DQ, Adams, Jackson, like who is it for you? Because there will be probably hour reviews on all of those guys. And another topic that people have been talking about, I want to kind of close up with, or not close up with. Like I'll talk for a while. I don't know if my wife is home, to be completely honest. Which is semi-concerning because she gets off of work. No, she's fine. She'll be okay. If she doesn't come back, I'll just talk to you guys all night. Calvin Jackson, DQ Thomas, Calvin Jackson, and Adams. Really, Harold. So you don't want to see Zonovan Knight? Interesting. Oh, you guys have been lighting it up a little bit. Mike just turned 40. I would rather Mike, you better go to a Jets game, my guy. You talk a lot of gaming here, but I want to see you at a Jets game. I met a lot of you guys in like the fantasy, like the rooms we did, like when we were drafting and stuff. And I know Mike was in there, but Mike, I completely forget what you look like because I think that night I had a beer or two, and it just happens. I see 1,000 people a day. But with that being said, even if you do look weird, you should come to a Jets game because you live like right next to me. You could probably throw a baseball to my house, I think. Unless you have a week on. Knight and DTU receiver. Can Cager make the last tight end option? No. I guess he could. You know, him being like 240, whatever it is, but the guy has been historically injured and he's never played tight end before. Why can he be is he a better tight end than Yeboah or Wesco at this point? I doubt that. So I'm going to say no. Keyshawn Abram. Yeah, I've heard his name a little bit too in terms of the UDFAs. Let's see. Adams and Knight, Calvin Jackson, DQ Knight Jackson. Wow, got a lot of Jackson guys. DQ Knight and Jackson, no Adams. Yeah, I'm going to put a vote out there on Twitter. If you guys follow me, JoeRB31, I'll put a vote out in terms of who you guys want to see. But I feel like I really do want to do Zonovan Knight because I think he can make this roster. And then we'll see about the other two guys. Clemens visited the British Virgin Islands once. Now it's called the British Island. That's great. He impregnated, or he didn't impregnate, but he popped the island cherry. That's good. I'm betting I'm the oldest. No, Richter, you're wrong. I guarantee there's a guy who's older than 58 in the chat right now. 123 of you guys in here. There's at least a couple of people who are older than 58. There's people who's doing the fantasy draft who are at least like. There was one guy. I'm not gonna lie. I felt bad. He was emailing me and he had no idea what I was talking about for the fantasy draft. He had to be 80. I'm not trying to be a dick. He had to be at 80, and I eventually just had to be like, listen, dude, I can't. I had to pick somebody else. He didn't. He barely understood emails. Like he would have been better off sending me a fucking carrier pigeon, 100%, because it was brutal trying to get this guy set up in the fantasy. Like I had to bail. 64, huh? Richter, you're already wrong. 3 will be 42. I'm in, Joe. I'll at least come chill in the lot, dude. Yeah, 100%. The guy who calls Ronnie or who calls Kyle Ronnie literally came to the lot, tailgated with us, and left and went back home to watch the game. He just wanted to come tailgate. It was awesome. 100%. Do you think Isaiah Dunn makes the final roster? So obviously you have the two starters in terms of Reed, Sauce. You have Hall, you have Eccles, you have Guidry. So what am I at? Hall. Jesus, let's do that. Let's do it a different way. Sauce, Reed, Hall, Guidry, Eccles. There's a battle for that 6th spot. Oh, McCord the second. Yeah, no, he doesn't make the roster. There's 6. I completely forgot McCord the second. So I would say they carry 6, and Guidry is probably that last guy. Bam Knight is an average back to me. I'm not a huge fan. I think P. Ryan is better. P. Ryan in the NFL or P. Ryan at Florida? Because that's a different story. Let's see. Love your analytical takes on the Jets. You've got good eye for football. Utah, I appreciate that. I don't know if I have analytical takes. That might be the first time I've ever said or I've heard that. But a lot of Namath in the 68 in the nosebleed with my pops. Wow, that is crazy. That's great memories, all right. I'm sure. You know, I wish. Let's see what you guys are saying still. My webcam didn't work at the draft show, but I have to show my face for work, so I managed to keep it not terrible. You don't really have a choice about that, you know. My knees are 80 years old. Job calls for lifting. What do you do? Joey going to the Pittsburgh game. That's the only one I'll make it to closest to where I live. That sucks, Daniel Murphy, but I will not be there. I will be in Italy, so I literally can't go. I can't go. I walk all day. I'm a mailman. Have you ever delivered mail to my house, Stephen Engel? Do you do it in Monmouth County? I'm curious. Do you do it in Middletown? Very curious. Okay. P. Ryan anywhere is better. That is. Listen, I'm not surprised, Harold, because he was drafted in the 4th round. I could watch Donovan Knight and say the guy's terrible. Like that could easily happen. So I want to share my screen with you guys because I want to look at some free agents and talk about some of the biggest needs in free agency. Steven delivers in Freehold Township. No, you suck. So I want to pull up a list of some of the free agents. We'll use Spot Track Free Agents NFL. I want to pull that up and then go over some of the biggest needs for you guys. So I think in any order we'd rank it. And tell me if you disagree. I'm curious. I'm going to pull up the chat back on my phone. if you guys disagree, you tell me. But I think most of us would agree that it's offensive tackle, defensive tackle, linebacker, safety. I think in a vacuum, linebacker, safety, D tackle are bigger needs than offensive tackle. But with Zach Wilson on the team, you don't fuck around with backup tackle, right? Unless you think I'm wrong. That's how I look at it. So let's look at some of the top free agents and talk about who we can potentially get. Because listen, like people are like, oh, the Jets have this amount of money, but the thing about it is, the Jets had enough money to get Tyreek Hill or any one of these guys, so they can make some extra, $2-3 million if they needed to, So let's see here. Chrome tab share. Okay, so let's look at some free agents. Edward Zip to 61. So you got beat multiple times already in here. Whoever said they're 56 and the oldest person in here. I think that was not Nathan. I forget who it was. So let's go to tackles. All teams, all statuses, all positions. Where we go to tackle. Oh, they have left tackle and right tackle, huh? All right. Is this working? Let me see. Okay, yeah, it's working. All right. Let's see who the Jets could get. And there's a decent there's a decent amount of names that I would at least be intrigued with. Now I know people, again, I get into the film. I don't get into everybody's analytics and PFF numbers and all this stuff throughout the league. I just don't really know. So a lot of the stuff I'm talking about off the top of my head, I could easily come back, watch this guy and say, this guy sucks. Why the hell did they sign him? But when you're looking at some of the names, like there are names out there who I'm not necessarily saying, okay, he's as good as Morgan Moses. He could start for the Jets for 16 games if Becton goes down, which we obviously do not want, but it obviously anything could happen. Any player could go down, but I think realistically, you're expecting about, Becton to play probably 13, 14 games. Like I think if you guys can sign the dotted line that Becton misses 4 games right now, would you sign for it? Or would you say, no, I'm not going to take that. He's going to play more than 14 games. But I would put it at about 13, 14 games. So are you comfortable in those other 3 or 4 games that he doesn't playing a Max Mitchell or one of these guys? Personally, I'm not. So I think in the future I could be, but right now I'm not. Like week 1, he goes down, Max Mitchell coming in to the game. Week 2, he goes, Becton goes down at right tackle, and now it's Myles Garrett versus Max Mitchell. That's not necessarily the best situation. So there's some good free agents. I want to know what's going on with Eric Fisher. Darrell Williams is not necessarily the best tackle in the world, but he's young enough, and he's at least started some or a decent amount of games. Brandon Shell is a guy who we absolutely hated as Jets fans. I think that's because he was a starter and he was young. I think with the Seahawks, he went back to the Seahawks and played at least okay. Like he would be a solid backup to me. So that's another name to look at. Ode Abushi. I know obviously we had some down moments with Abushi when he was with the Jets, but as a tackle right now, I think he's an okay backup level player. Like there are some guys out there looking at Abushi and Brandon Shell and maybe even Riley Reif. Like he had an injury, but he was pretty decent with the Bengals last year, right? Darrell Williams, Eric Fisher. Like there are some names out there. I don't know who you guys prefer, but again, I'm not going to get my I guess, lack of a better term, my panties tied up in a bunch over these guys until I actually watch them. But there are some names out there, and I think the Jets will make a move at tackle. Now, the next position that I think the Jets really do need to address is the backup defensive tackle position in terms of the run stuffer. Just give me a second. All right. Yeah, Harold H. is saying backups at all, offensive tackle, Riley Reif, Darrell Williams, Brandon Shell, Mike Remmers, quite a few more. Yeah, there's some guys out there. I really don't think the Jets go into the season with McDermott and Max Mitchell as their primary backups. That's really bad roster management. Like, let's be honest. If that happens, that will be a legitimate criticism of Joe Douglas. One of the smaller ones because he's addressed a lot of other things. But you go into the season with McDermott, Max Mitchell, no way. Players at D tackle. So I want to watch and see who is a perfect fit in terms of a 4-3 run stuffing defensive tackle. Now, a 4-3 run stuffing D tackle is different than a 3-4 one. The 3-4 ones, we're used to the Snacks Harrisons of the world, the Chris Jenkins, the Foley Fatukasi's. We need a guy who is a little bit lighter, 315, 320, who could also penetrate a little bit. But when he's actually stopped the run, he can. So, there's some good names out here too. Like, Eddie Goldman. I think Brandon Williams, Sue, Joseph, even maybe Lutulele are a little bit thicker than the Jets would want, but like Ogunjobi, obvious name. Malik Jackson, I'm not sure what he's done in the last few years, but Malik Jackson, Sheldon Richardson could be a guy they consider. Let's see what other names like pop off at the top of my head. Not really much more after that, but still, there's at least a few guys. I don't know what Jack Crawford's done the last few years. I know Corey Peters is a solid guy too, even for being a little bit older. Sheldon, Malik, Ogunjobi, Star might be able to do it. I would have to research more, but yeah, Joseph, Brandon Williams, maybe Old Goldman. Like there's names out there at that position too. So moving on from that, let's move on to the next one, which is linebacker. Can you do? I guess we'll just do linebacker because outside linebacker could be 3-4, 4-3 is completely different. So let's see who else is in here. All right. I think I looked at linebacker the other day. Linebacker is pretty deep, guys. Like, why are there so many linebackers who are out there? Schobert is at least decent. Hitchens was, I think he struggled a lot with the Chiefs. I know he's probably more popular, and you notice his name just because he played for a really good team. But Schobert, AJ Klein, not the worst option in the world. KJ Wright as a strong side outside linebacker, not the worst option in the world. Like he was, I don't know how good he was with the Raiders last year, but he was pretty good with the Seahawks even in the later years. AJ Johnson is probably the best name I could think of on this list, or I've seen on this list, because he was pretty solid with Denver. Only 30 years old. You can sign him for 2 years easy. So yeah, Schobert, maybe Hitchens. I'm not 100% sure. Klein, Wright, Johnson. There are some names out here. Quan Alexander. Let's keep moving down. Oh, was there anything past that? Wow, Dylan Moses, huh? He went from like last year. This is why the problem with mock drafts. How many times did you guys see Dylan Moses in your top 3 rounds of your mock drafts last year? I think he was either like a 7th round pick or a UDFA, and now he's not even on the roster. So that's what happened so quickly. So a couple names out there though, right? Like kind of upper tier stuff. Like Quan, nothing crazy, but still, Malcolm Smith. I don't know how he played with the Browns last year. AJ Johnson, though, KJ Wright, Klein, like they're, again, am I saying these guys are like lockdown starters? No. But do I have more faith in these guys versus Sherwood? Yes. So let's keep moving on. Will Compton, Nick Wood says. I don't know too much about Compton. Let's see. Safety. Free safety, strong safety. Update. All right. Safety. Gibson, not too familiar with his last season. Jaquiski Tart, guy who obviously has familiarity with the Saleh system, so would absolutely love that signing. Past that, I don't really know a lot. Again, I hope you guys aren't bullshitting. Like, I know this guy, I know that guy. I'm not too up on other players. Like, do I know how Thompson played last year, or Jeff Heath or Sadejo, how they played? No, not necessarily, but I know that I see Jaquiski Tart in there, so that would be fantastic. So I think at the end of the day, if the Jets can land a Jaquiski Tart, a Brandon Shell, an Ogunjobi, and then like a Quan Alexander, AJ Klein, Johnson type player, like you're looking at a roster that could take legitimate leaps going forward. And it's not saying that these guys are studs, any of them are studs, but I think adding a legitimate linebacker, like at least a decent level start, or not a decent level starter, even like a primary backup type player, or like a bad starter, could make a big difference to this team. So we will see what they do there, but I'm going to exit that out. And then we're going to talk a little. Stop sharing. I think we're good now. I do want to talk about the defensive line a little bit, because people have been talking about like, the Jets are going to carry 9 defensive linemen. To me, to be completely honest, I think the Jets probably carry 10 to 11. You guys give me how many you think how many defensive linemen are going to make the roster, but at D tackle, right? Like with no questions about it, you have JFM, Rankins, Q, Solomon Thomas, right? You'd assume Solomon Thomas is gonna be here. That's 4 guys. And then you have Marshall and Shepard. Do they carry 5 and 6 there? I think they carry at least one of Marshall or Shepard. To me, it's either you're getting rid of the second-year player drafted in the 6th round with a really high RAS score, or you're bringing back, or you're keeping Shepard, who Saleh mentioned, and I think this is a really good quote in terms of what you should expect from the Jets in terms of how they play, but he gives that full strain, or that strain, whatever Saleh said. Shepard is, even if he's bad at times, that strained player, and I think he may have the highest potential in terms of making some splash run play stops. So I think they carry at least, again, JFM, Rankins, Q, Thomas, and then Marshall or Shepard, which is 5 at D tackle already. Boom, right off the jump, 5. Now we're talking about D end. You tell me who they cut. JJ makes it. Lawson makes it. Clemens makes it. Martin makes it. Huff makes it. Curry makes it. I think you're carrying 11 defensive linemen, which might sound crazy, but when you have a position group that's deep, you can't just be, or that is that deep, you can't just say, oh no, screw it. We need to carry, Nick Bawden. We're going to get rid of Vinny Curry. Like, they really rely on heavy rotation of the defensive line. They're not going to get rid of a guy. So I legitimately think they carry, what did I just say, 10 or 11? Rankins, Q, JFM, Thomas, Marshall, or Shepard. Yeah, I think they carry 11, which you might think I'm ridiculous for saying that, but there's people out there like, oh, they're going to carry 9. There's no way. There's no way they're carrying 9. It has to be at least 10. And I think it's going to be 11, because when you have a deep position group, yeah, you might have to keep an extra couple of them, So maybe the Jets only carry 5 receivers like that. Like, people think, I think the general thought is, okay, 6 receivers. What if it's 5? It could be 5. Could you argue to me in any way that Jeff Smith is a more impactful player than Vinny Curry or Solomon Thomas? Have fun making that argument, So I think you carry 11, maybe 5, maybe it is 5 receivers. Maybe it is only 9 offensive linemen instead of 10. Maybe it is only 5 linebackers instead of 6. Maybe it is only, 4 safeties instead of 5, like whatever it may be. But that's going to be probably the most interesting battle of the offseason in terms of like guys who legitimately deserve to be playing, is that defensive line. I'm guessing 11. I think the floor is 10. I don't think you can carry 9. There's no way they get rid of 2 of those guys I just talked about. So let's see what you guys are saying about that. And then 9:06 already. Shit. And I'm going to get out of here. 118 people still appreciate it. Strong 3-hour stream. What about waiting on cap cuts? Yeah, CD, like that can happen too. Like, the Jets can say, hey, Quan, we're going to give you $3.5 million a year right now. But it depends on cap cuts. And people might be like, oh no, there's no way. They'll never say that to a guy being too honest. That happens. Like, that shit happens easily. Listen, hey, the Cardinals, we know the Cardinals are waiting we'll give you 3.2. We're willing to give you 3.5, but you might have to wait a month because we want to see who's getting cut. It could happen. Like, there's plenty of late signings all the time. So, let's see. Do you think if we lose a tackle long term, we move AVT outside? Oh, Freagle D, that is a tough question, man. Because do you want to stunt AVT's growth by moving him from guard, where I think he's going to stay 2 tackle? But at a certain point, you don't have a tackle to really step in. But then you can have like a Nate Herbig step in. I think that if you were legitimately trying to start your best team, like let's say, okay, Beckham goes down week 6, right? Week 7, you're trying to start your best roster. Do I think that includes AVT right tackle, Herbig at right guard? I do, but I think the Jets probably in that situation just ride out AVT as the right guard. I think there's a situation where, okay, you have, let's say, in a game, let's say it's week 6, Beckman goes down, and then Mitchell comes in and he goes down for a couple of reps or maybe even the game, which happens. That shit happens in the NFL. Do I think in an emergency situation he can step into right tackle? Yes. Do I think they would do it? Having time to obviously react to whatever injury situation happened. No, I don't think he'd be the long-term tackle. I think they would force Mitchell in there or sign a guy, or it would be McDermott, which would be absolutely dreadful because the guy's terrible. But that's the reason. The fact you're even asking that question, Freagle Day, showed me exactly, or doesn't show me, but kind of enhances the point backs up the point of me saying that they need another tackle. You cannot have Max Mitchell or McDermott in there playing significant time if Becton or Fant goes down. What if they both go down? Shit happens. That happens. It's happened to us before. So Sheldon. Oh, talking about Sheldon Richardson. My head. Well, so first, Lindell Joseph is way too heavy. Like he's a 3-4 2 gapping nose tackle. He's not going to fit in the system. So Lindell Joseph is out of it, at least in my mind. Sheldon, I think would be a good fit. Now, do they bring him back? I don't know. I think he's been a little more quiet this year. I'm not going to lie. A little bit of nostalgia seeing Sheldon Richardson come back to the Jets and win some games would be kind of cool. I don't hate him. I don't hate what he did for the Jets. Is Hakeem Hicks too old? He was good once upon a time. Is he too old for what though? Was McClendon too old when he came into the Jets? The impact he made for the team? I don't think so. If you're relying on him for a year or two, I don't think it's too old. Giving him not a mid-level contract, but a lower tier contract. Who cares if he busts out? It is what it is. So let's see. I don't know. Let's see what you guys are saying. Nicholas Wood. I don't know who you're talking about here. Oh, Will Compton. He's a podcaster. Yeah. Is he a podcaster at this point? I don't know. Everybody's been saying this. Brandon McNeely. I love it, though. Sign Barr, then be like, nah, JK. To be honest, I don't think Barr fits with the team. He's more of like that 3-4 outside linebacker who's going to play a lot on the line, like be like a quasi D-end. He's not like a stand-up 4-3 linebacker. But, oh, yeah, it would be great to say, hey, Barr, fly in, we're going to sign you. And then when you land, say, hey, no, fuck you. Remember what you did to us in 2019, right? 2019. At that point, I remember legitimately, I probably have receipts of this, but I remember signing Mosley, or it was Barr first. I think it was Barr then Mosley, or Mosley then Barr. Whatever the reason, I like Mosley. I watched Barr. So the Jets signed Barr, or whatever it was. The details came out. Hey, the Jets are going to sign Barr for this deal, whatever Schefter said. And I started watching his games. And I'm like, oh no. I'm like, they made a mistake. This guy is not going to be living up to what he was paid. And then it went through. I was like, thank God. That guy was not good. He's not good. Barr is a way overrated player. So let's see. They'll definitely add some camp fodder at wide receiver. So for your day, so we talked about offensive tackle, D tackle, linebacker, safety. My next need past that, the big five, it's not even a big five. The five is a much lower thing to me, but is a receiver. Like last year, listen, say what you want about this group compared to last year's group at receiver. You went into the if we're being honest, we went into the season last year with, okay, more playing potential. Davis, playing potential. Mims as a 3, awesome. Building on what he did last year, awesome. We had Crowder too, who we thought was a great slot receiver. I still think he's a good slot receiver. And we had Keelan Cole. And then Barrios was a 6. The group last year was deeper than this year. The group this year has more potential, but past Wilson, who we still is a question mark, let's be real. Like we like to think that he could develop nicely because he's not going to be forced to necessarily contribute right away. Like we would have depended on plenty of first round picks, second round picks, third round picks, fourth round picks in the past. But with the benefit of the Jets actually having talent on their team, they can actually sit him and let him develop. But with that being said, still he's your 3. Your 4 is Barrios. Mims as a 5, Jeff Smith as a 5 isn't good enough for me. Now I hope Mims. I thought he could have been a number 1. I thought he'd been at least a number 2. After last year, let's be honest, if there was a betting line for you guys and I said, hey, Mims is going to have, and I'm trying to be really realistic because I get the whole food poisoning thing, the offense, adjusting to the scheme, all this stuff. I get it. I really do. But how often do you see a guy jump from, no matter the circumstance, from 8 catches to being a really good player in year 2 to 3? It doesn't happen often. And just being realistic with the entire situation right now, if you could take Denzel Mims getting, I don't know the catches. I'm not great with the catches versus yards, but let's just say 400 yards and 3 touchdowns. Would you guys take that? I'm generally curious because there's people who would be willing to trade him for a 6th round pick. There are people who think he's going to be a legitimate starting receiver in the NFL. I'm in the middle. I think he could, if I had to bet, I think 400 yards, a gun to my head. Does Mims have 400 yards this year for the Jets? I'd probably say no. But if I could sign up right now for Mims, 400 yards, I don't know, 400 yards, 30 catches, 3 touchdowns. Like I would take that because that's better than what he is on the depth chart. Like that's better than a number 5 receiver. So in that instance, I think he steps up in some sort of fashion. Which again, I know we're Jets fans. We want to be positive and we want to see the upside and all this stuff. But if Mims was on another team and we saw him, okay, he had like a 400 yard year, and then whatever happened, all these stories we saw come out, and he had 8 catches, no touchdowns in 2 years. How many of us, if he was on the Patriots, like, oh, the guy's a fucking joke, bust, all this stuff. So I'm trying to be realistic. Like I know we want to wear the rose-colored glasses because he's a Jet, which there was not many people higher on him when he came out. I'm not going to lie. Like people ask me, oh, what was one guy you were high on and missed? Right now it's Mims. But Mims, it's not what he did at Baylor. It's not what he did his rookie year, like on the field that's leading to his demise in or what led to his demise in year 2. It was all upstairs. It was all different, which upstairs can be just as easily fixed, or you can just slide down that downslope. You don't know. That's why it's so hard to quantify and like really guess what's happening with him, because he has a talent to be a number 1 receiver. He really does. Does he flip it mentally? I can't tell you that. But I think 400 yards, 3 touchdowns, 30 catches, or whatever it would be, I would sign the dotted line for that right now. Easily sign the dotted line for that right now. That means he's the number 4 receiver on the team, and that's more than we expect, I would say. Big Gaddy says the way Salah rotates his D line, at least 10, probably 11. Yeah, but out of the 11, I named 11 I would keep. Who was the one you cut? Is it Huff? It's either Huff, Curry, or Solomon Thomas, or Huff, Curry, Shepard, Marshall. I could see them not keeping Marshall and then having just 5 DNs, 5 rushers. But I don't know. I think they'll probably keep 11. I think they do end up keeping Shepard, and maybe Marshall moves to the practice squad this year. So I think 10 D line. I think Thomas doesn't make the cut. Otherwise, I agree. I think Thomas makes it over Marshall, Shepard. You could argue, okay, Thomas gets cut and Curry or Huff is kept. But listen, Thomas was a guy who was relatively productive last year for the Raiders. And again, he's not productive as a starter, but if as a backup player, Thomas is a good bet. I said 11 D linemen under an article today at X Factor. So look at that, Harold. We agree. Friggle D says maybe John Ross would be a solid guy to take a flyer. Why? Hopefully Mims makes it. Is there a chance he doesn't make it? At that point, you'd assume it's a trade. So if Mims only did go routes, he would have been much more productive. Yeah, true. Like, listen, if you just want to use Mims on slants and drags and it's not that hard to run a slant. It's not that hard to run a drag. That and fade balls in the red zone. Why can't he produce? Like, don't try to make him do everything. Like, that's kind of the argument I'm going to take from now is let him do the simple stuff and let him, if there's one guy based on what they did in college or what they could be or what they should be, there's not one guy on the roster at their peak potential that I'm taking on a jump ball over Mims in the red zone. I think it's probably be like in terms of their potential for it, probably Mims. And I think after that, to be completely honest, you guys might agree or disagree, but I'm pretty firm in this stance. Jump ball, the next guy on the roster, you guys are going to say Uzama, you're going to say Conklin. I get that. It's Garrett Wilson in terms of jump balls, the way he can contort his body, the way he can get vertical. He's that next guy, but Mims has the highest potential in terms of jump balls on the team. Can he get his head out of his ass? Because apparently he was in there a little bit last year. Let's be honest. So Murdog, I'll take a couple more questions and get out of here. We're right between like that soft zone where like I can either go break the seal right now or we can end the stream because it's been going for an hour and 15 minutes. But Murdoch says, I don't know why, but for some reason, I don't think our rookies are going to play like rookies. I see immediate impact from Sauce, Garrett. Well, the thing about it, Murdoch, is like, okay, you're with these draft picks, like you're saying 4 guys, but how many first round picks do you, well, you're saying play like rookies. Like, how do you quantify this? Because I took it more like be impactful right away, which I think with Sauce being top 5, Garrett being top 10, JJ being a first round pick, and Brees being, a first round level running back, yeah, you should expect an impact. But are they going to step in and be elite immediately? No. Like we're going to see Sauce, I just did the whole review. He needs to work on, and I said it in the review, and I'm gonna forget because I've had a couple. But watch the review. It's 2 hours. We go through the nitty gritty. Like we get into nothing of film in this show. This show is, let's be honest. I love talking to you guys. It's a lot of storylines and bullshit with film opinions, but the film is the film. Like that's what I'm about, if anything. He needs to work on his tackling form because a lot of times he's bending at the waist, and when you're bending at the waist, you're not allowing yourself to drive through your leverage. So he needs to fix that. He needs to fix his jump splitting at the line. There's a lot of times where he's jump splitting, weight back onto the heels, and hands drop. He needs to fix that versus a guy like Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Stephon Diggs in the division. So he needs to get shuffles in. Odin needs to teach him a predetermined kick step. If it's not predetermined, it's a false step. You don't want that. But he needs a kick step a little bit more, stopping on his heels. And then the third thing he needs to work on is him not holding. So those are the 3 things. There will be some bumps. He will get a hold. He will get beat over the top, or he will get beat short because he jump splits and drops his hands. There will be a time where he gets trucked over because he doesn't take proper tackle form. It's going to happen. So he'll play like a rookie, but hopefully he turns it around quickly. JJ is going to understand that, hey, I can't pitter-patter my feet and wait for the offensive tackles in the NFL to fuck up like they did at Miami, where I can take advantage of them. So he's going to have some hiccups in terms of his pass rushing. Wilson is going to have some hiccups in terms of him getting up of press coverage. He's for right now, if you, again, gun to my head, Wilson should be playing in the slot to start his NFL career because in terms of getting off of press, he has really good movement ability. He has a good ability to get off of press coverage, but it's not all wrapped up in a perfect bow right now. He opens up his chest a lot and he overstrides a lot, and he just needs to be more in control of his lower body in terms of getting off of press to not give up his chest. So he's gonna have some road bumps in terms of press coverage. Brees, to me, is gonna have some road bumps in terms of just lowering your head and taking what's available. Listen, if it's 2nd and 7 in the NFL, there's gonna be times where you're only gonna get 3-4 yards, and it's gonna be third and 4, third and 3. Brees may struggle with trying to bounce it outside and then get only 1 yard when he could have got 3 because he's trying to make a big play. I can see those 2 areas needing to be improved for him. But Mims is a better football player than he showed last year. Henry, 1,000% agree. He is better. Marcus was high on him. I was high on him. I was high on him after year 1. He is a much better football player than he was last year. Now, it seems like a lot of it's mental, which we cannot quantify, right? They didn't draft Shepard. Said Marshall, right? Shepard obviously was McCagnon. I don't know if I said that by accident, but I think Shepard has I think if anything, the Jets defensive line right now is lacking in terms of the run game. And I think Shepard they may view, I'm not agreeing with them, they may view Shepard as that piece to rotate in who could stop the run. At least better than Marshall. Again, Marshall or Shepard right now in terms of stopping an inside zone, it's gonna be Shepard for me. The Jets did. Salah loves Shep. Yeah. He talks about that strain, which is important to the Jets. So let's keep going on. Oh, damn, you guys are still dropping the questions. 9:30. We're working 3.5 hours, and my wife still isn't home. So either I'm just gonna take a piss and wait for her to get home, or I'm gonna end it. I don't know what's going on. We're gonna see how the chat reacts. You guys keep talking. I'll keep going until the end of it, but I'm gonna need to break the seal. Opponents can neutralize the Jets trying to rotate D linemen by going no huddle. Yeah, they could really CD, but are they going to go out of their way to implement that to their game plan to avoid the Jets defensive line and they're rotating? No. Now maybe in a team in the moment, and that's one of my problems with, the Jets running those packages where they just rotate everybody. It's not like, Q stays in, but Huff comes in for JFM. They were running just full group rotations. Now, if I was another team and let's say their starting 4 was Q, JFM, Lawson, and Johnson. And then from that, they rotate in, Solomon Thomas, Nathan Shepard, Vinny Curry, and Jacob Martin. Yeah, I'm gonna run some hurry up to keep those guys in the game, but it's not gonna be overemphasized. So Duke Manny Weather said during the draft said, imagine O-line being rotated as much as D-line would be a good point. So to this point, actually, you know what? You guys are gonna wait. because I'm going to the bathroom. So just give me a second. All right, we're back. Took a piss and also got another beer. So I shot the wife a text message, and she's at her parents' house. So we're gonna bullshit for a little bit longer. I don't care if it's 5 of you, but I like talking to you guys. So, all right, let's see the chat where the chat brings us. But I was sitting there, I was like 9:17. I'm 6 minutes behind the chat. You guys can chat like a motherfucker sometimes, so I have to piss because I was tap dancing like a ballerina over here under the table. So let's see what you guys are saying now. Do you think any of the UDFA wide receivers will make the team? If I had to bank on it, no. Andrew, I say that 5 and 6 is Jeff Smith and Mims right now. But if you told me, hey, it's August, I don't know, whenever the 53-man roster is determined, it's August 12th. Let's say it is. I forget the exact date. And the 6th receiver is not Jeff Smith and it's Calvin Jackson. I'm not gonna be my mind's not gonna be blown. So let's see, break it. Yeah, I think you're talking about the seal. Yeah, I had to break the seal, dude. It's like I think I'm like 7 deep right now. I didn't break the seal. So if you end the stream, you can go stream in the toilet. It's I guess it's just a thing where when I have a couple of beers, I like talking to you guys. But usually my wife is home, so it's working out perfectly because I gotta like eat and shit still. So Friggle D says we'll see what Mims is made of, make or break. It is. Like let's be honest. Again, people want to give him the excuses. There is no excuse. And again, did he really loaf it in practice? Because the videos that came out, it looks like he did. So if you're loafing it in practice, you're not putting as much time into the meeting room. You're coming to the game. You're getting false starts. You're not running the right routes. It's not a great look. Like however we want to justify it because we want him to work out because we have such high hopes for him. It's not looking great right now. Hopefully he can do it. Let's see. I quantified it as in being not liabilities but solid contributors. So Murdoch, I think you're. So I took it as okay. You're expecting them not to be rookies in terms of like, oh, they're not going to have those bumps. I think they can. All those 4 guys, or all those 3 or 4 guys, however if you're going to include Breece Hall in there or not, can all be solid contributors while having rookie bumps. Like Sauce is going to be a solid corner. Breece is going to be a good running back. Garrett Wilson, I think is going to be at least okay. Jermaine Johnson is at least going to be okay, which is great. But I think they're going to have the rookie bumps. Like they're not going to play like Jermaine Johnson, Wilson, Sauce, whatever in year 4. Like they're going to have those year 1 bumps. Every player does. It doesn't matter who you are. So I don't see immediate chemistry when teams don't do 2 days, won't go full throttle until the start of the season for your injury. That's today's NFL. Yeah, it's true. And that's why I'm a little bit worried about the Jets in terms of playing the AFC North and all these hard teams to start the year instead of the end of the year because the Jets need some time to develop. Laken Tomlinson is new. Becton's coming back. Breece Hall is new. We obviously know with the roster turnover the Jets have had in the last couple of years, there's a lot of guys learning the system or coming in completely fresh to it. So Jets carpetbagger, okay? Mims will have a breakout year if LaFleur adjusts for him. I blame LaFleur if he can't figure out how to use him. I get that Jets carpetbagger, but if he also can't do what you're asked to be, if you can't do what's being asked to be done at the NFL level, sometimes you flame out. Like, listen, it's not like, again, I want to be completely fair to Mims and to all of your opinions. It's not like Mims is just a go ball guy, a slant guy. Like, let's say like DK Metcalf. Okay, DK Metcalf, big slant guy, big vertical guy. Same thing with Calvin Johnson when he was with the Lions. Now a new OC comes there, a new head coach, and they ask Calvin Johnson to start running overs and post and all this stuff that he didn't necessarily run and wasn't the strongest at. Then yeah, you're a joke. But I don't think Mims is that guy you need to necessarily adjust your offense to yet. Like, you feel what I'm saying? I think they should definitely, like, okay, fade ball situations, yak situations, like on a screen. Okay, let's use Mims a little bit. But hey, we're gonna really almost overemphasize Mims if you can't fit into what you want to be asked to be done from your offense. Trying to put it together. Then you're not just gonna square peg round hole it with him. He's not a superstar yet, so he needs to fit into what you do. Right? Like, I'm not trying to be harsh, but if he doesn't fit, he doesn't fit. If you have an offense and I think some people, like, sometimes people almost think it's so simple. Like, hey, which I think you guys are smarter than this, but there are dumb people out there. So I'm going to say this, like, oh, hey, this guy is more of a power scheme blocker. The Jets run a lot of zone. Make the offense fit around him. You can't do that with an offensive line. And with the receivers, if you're asking them to do certain things and certain concepts, and this guy has to run this route depending on this coverage, okay, if it's off coverage, you run a 10-yard stop. If they're pressing you, you run a 17-yard corner route or a sail route. And Mims is the other guy of that concept, and he can't adjust to what they're asking him to be done. Then you fuck up the whole concept. Like, how do you just, unless he's on the ISO side running fades and slants and all that stuff, but at that point, like, I'd rather have Corey Davis being ISO. Or even not Corey Davis, Elijah Moore, or even Corey Davis at this point. Like, let's be realistic. So let's see. What you guys talking about? And you guys know what it is now. A couple of deep. I think I'm like, I don't give a fuck about numbers, but like, the wife will come in and be like, oh, how much you have? I'm like, 4, 3. I think 3 maybe. Pull it off. That's what you got to do, Sometimes not. Let's see what you guys are still saying. Again, my StreamYard is being a pain in the bitch today. It's like not letting me stay where I am. What's up, peeps? Oh, wow, I'm way behind. You guys are throwing the chats out mercifully still. Or not, at least enough. Let's see. Alexander, what's OF? What is OF? I don't know what you're talking about. Mike Saunders, if Mims puts up 500 to 600 yards and 3 to 5 touchdowns, are we contemplating replacing Davis with him? Yeah, I think you would. This is obviously kind of contingent on how does Davis perform. Like, I think Mims being that in year 3, you could realistically say in year 4, with another year in the system and another year of comfortability, you're looking at a guy who could be the number 3 in an offense and get 700-800 yards a year. Like with this, okay, how is Garrett Wilson? Like that's another piece of this. Like, how is Garrett Wilson playing? Because if Davis plays well this year and Garrett Wilson plays bad and Mims does this, okay, you keep Mims because Garrett Wilson isn't all that. Now, if Garrett Wilson is all that and Mims is all that, and then and Davis underperforms, okay, now maybe you get rid of him. But I think this is both contingent on how well Davis plays. If he plays what he did last year, okay, you do this straight up. But now that's assuming that Garrett Wilson also plays decently well. What if Wilson doesn't prove a lot this year? Then you probably keep, or sorry, what if Wilson does? Yeah, what if Wilson doesn't prove a lot this year? Then maybe you keep Davis for another year. I'm not sure what his contract numbers are past this year, but I think there's a realistic shot that Davis is on this team next year. People automatically assume that he's gone. I think he's a solid number 2. And I think if he lives up to being a solid number 2, Elijah Moore takes that step to be that number 1. And Wilson at least proves to be a capable starting receiver. Like, you're talking about a pretty good receiving group. I think you supplement it a little bit in free agency. You hope that maybe Barrios even steps up more. Like maybe Barrios is a legitimate starting slot receiver. Last year, I'll be lying to you guys if I said, hey, I'm comfortable with Barrios coming in being the starting slot receiver for my team right now. He's not that yet. He's a backup slot, backup gadget guy, and a good returner. That's what he is. So it all depends. Diego, what's up? Man, Joe is making me gotta piss too. I'm sorry, Friegel. It just there. It depends. If you're like, and I'm sure you guys are. Maybe you think I'm crazy. Maybe not. Again, we get these shows allow us to get a little bit more personable, at least a little bit. Especially, whatever. If I'm up like at a bar or at an event, walking around drinking, I could hold my pee forever. If I'm sitting at a dinner or sitting in a chair for a while, the rate goes much down. Like if I'm at a bar talking, drinking, walking around, dancing, we're talking like 8-9 beers. I'm good. Sitting down at dinner sometimes, I'll be like 3. I'll have like 3. I'm like, oh, dude, it's done. I gotta go. Are you sitting down? Murdog. Joe, you need to keep a bucket under the desk. Maybe a catheter. Nobody will ever know or judge you. I kind of have a story about that, but I'm not gonna pull it out on stream. that is a story for you come to the tailgate. You say the same thing, and I'll tell you about something like this under the desk or maybe a catheter, but not with 100 of you watching right now. Especially when you can go back and view it. Like the good thing about being in person is. You say Joe said this. I'm like, I didn't fucking say that. Do you have a recording? All right. Where's it peeing at? Oh, there. When you watch the videos of Becton working out at many weathers, he definitely looks like he's getting ready to be a left tackle. All of his, it could be also because like his injury was to his right leg, right? So if you're trying to explode off that right leg to see if you still have it, you're going to play left tackle. Like you don't want that leg to be that kick step because it's not going to mean as much in terms of explosion, which is good. Which is like it depends honestly, Richter. Like they're probably practicing both to be completely honest, but let's see. Friggle B, the words of catheter make me squirm again. That's not going to get me in trouble. So I worked security for 2 to 3 years at a hospital, and there were guys who were combative when they came in for whatever reason. Obviously, could be drunk, high, just an asshole. And plenty of those people who were combative needed catheters because it was a life or death situation and they needed that catheter to be inserted. And I was security and they were fighting. So you had to hold guys down. I've seen at least 3 or 4 catheters going because I had to hold the guy down who didn't want to get the catheter in and he's trying to fight. So I have seen catheters be put in the worst situations and it is fucking terrible. The thing, people are like, oh, it's so small. It's so easy. The thing is a size of like a normal size pen. Listen, like cover your kid's ears, but I don't know, dude. Listen, that's not gonna fit. Like how? I don't know. I don't know. I feel bad. Like I was holding guys' thighs down while they were shaking in agony because of a catheter going in. That sucked. Sorry, it's terrible. You should grab the bucket for the next time you got to piss. No, I got to go soon. Matt, your record prediction, 8-9. 8-9. And I'll expect the P run. If Mims gets better, can he find playing time? Yeah. Why not? If Mims could be like what we thought he could be, he could easily be the 4. Like why can Mims not be better than Barrios? Like Mims with Flacco in his rookie year was better than what Barrios was for the Jets in his last couple of years. I'm talking about just strictly receiver for the Jets. Like that rookie year was good for Mims when he came in. So let's see. Joe, thoughts on Jets needing to acquire a poor man's Kyle Juszczyk for fullback, a better Wesco. I think a poor man's listen. Like, how do you quantify a poor man's Wesco or Juszczyk? I think they probably think that Bawden is that poor man's Juszczyk, where Wesco is more of like a tight end who can play fullback. But let's see. Jeffrey Music plays. Rich Man's Kyle's Juszczyk. Yeah, sorry, I'm not gonna lie here, Diego. Jeremy Ruckert Juszczyk is one of the best blockers in the NFL in terms of at the back position, whether it be fullback, running back, wherever, H-back, splitter, wherever he's lined up. Ruckert has the aggression and the want to do that. He is not a poor man's Juszczyk. Ruckert has a lot to work on in his blocking. Okay, let's keep going. Where the shades go, we were reviving earlier. We can pull them on. Let's see. Jeff wants them. We'll put them on. There's still a light. Now you can see the light. See that bright ass light in my eyes, or that eye? That thing can be annoying for 3 hours. I'm not gonna lie, but everybody has it. So we'll put the shades back on. You know why? Because the future is so bright, right? That's why you wanted it, Jeff. Let's see here. Ryan has the Jets hat. I'm gonna have the shades because the future is so bright. Until they go 0-3, and then the shades are off and I break them, and we're on here, crying together. So let's keep going. Cager has gained 20 to 25 pounds of muscle. He's in great shape. Move the tight end, and there's no place for him on the team. Finally, talent is deep. I'm not going to lie, Dave. The chance of him gaining 20 to 25 pounds of muscle, even in 2 years, is very unlikely. That is a lot of muscle. And the thing I saw the whole Cager thing, like, oh, he put on this weight. He's only 8% body fat. Listen, if he's 240, 8% body fat, that's not healthy. It's not healthy. And he's had plenty of injuries before. And being that slim and just muscle and no fat to absorb those hits, he's going to get injured again. So, no. Cager's not making the team, and that is not good for him to carry 8% body fat and be that heavy, especially with all the injuries he's had. Frigal D, I'll be honest, CD's contract is now a bargain. $13 million this year, and I think $11 million in 23. And Frigal, I'm not gonna lie, and people I'm like always behind in the chat. I always say balls deep. I always bring up Corey Davis' contract. Like, people always get on me for that, but Corey Davis got $12 million a year, and Nelson Aguilar got more money I think it was $12.5 million per year. He was paid to be a number 2, and now he's almost paid to be number 3. Zay Jones just got $10 million. He's getting $2 million less a year than Corey Davis. I know Corey Davis had some drops last year, and in my opinion of Corey Davis, Zach Wilson was so bad last year, especially to start the year, that when balls were completed 20 yards down the field or about to be completed 20 yards down the field and Corey Davis dropped it, it was overemphasized. If Zach Wilson was hitting more throws, we wouldn't think as heavily about those drop passes. But Zach Wilson didn't hit a lot of throws. So when he did hit those throws, hey, catch the fucking ball. I think Corey Davis he's not going to have the best hands ever, but I think he's a solid number 2 receiver, 800 yards to 1,000-yard guy in a good year. I think last year, if he stayed on his pace, he was going to have 1,000 yards. But people look at the stats. Like, if he didn't get injured, he would be about 1,000 yards. People are like, oh, my God, good number 2. But because he got 200 yards less and he had some drops and big moments, people are like writing him off like he should be cut. $12 million for Corey Davis right now, when the Giants are paying Kenny Golladay like $19 million and the Pats are paying, Aguilar about the same, and the Jags are paying Zay Jones, what they are. It's a good number to have. Like, I'm cool with that. So let's see. I like the glasses. I'm not gonna lie. I feel more comfortable. You guys ever see Big Daddy? If you haven't seen Big Daddy, you're over the age of like, what's a good over-under for the age of Big, if you haven't seen Big Daddy? If you're 25 or older and you haven't seen Big Daddy, you're probably not a great person. Live with it. That's how I feel. If you don't get the reference, then go watch fucking Big Daddy. Damn you, Mimsy, but seriously, I'm optimistic about him. It's time to put up or shut up for him. I'm confident he knows that. Listen, did he know it was time to put up or shut up last year? He probably should have, right? Like, it's year 2. There's some competition around you. Now people will be like, oh, well, Mims proved, the Jets are hyping him up. He gained all this muscle and he's playing great, whatever. That could easily be the Jets hyping him up to trade him for, hopefully they're raising that value from a 6th to a 5th round pick than it is them actually hyping him up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to be negative, but you guys come here for the truth. So let's see. Corey Washington, do you think Mosley comes back another year if he plays well, or they let him walk regardless of how he plays? Well, let him walk. They're not going to let him walk because he has a contract after this year. Do they cut him? I think regardless of how he plays this year, I think he's going to be a very solid linebacker in the league this year, just like he was last year. And I think he's even probably better this year in terms of the fans' opinions because he has talent around him. So he'll make some more impactful plays. Now, with that being said, if he doesn't renegotiate his contract and he's trying to get $17 million a year for the Jets at linebacker next year, he's gone. So it's all dependent upon how he plays. Or not how he plays. how he negotiates a contract. If he wants to come back, okay, hey, it's $17 million a year. I'll cut that to 12. You give me an extra year. Like that can happen, but he will not be on the Jets in 2023 making $17 million a year or whatever that exact number is. There's just no way. You rather sign 2 linebackers than CJ Mosley for you can get 2 good linebackers for $17 million a year or like, let's say like 8.5 for Mosley. So let's keep going on. Zach and Davis have a connection, perhaps only second to Barrios. So that's the thing about Zach in preseason or even in camp, CD, was like how often we're hearing that him and Davis were just lighting it up. Like, listen, Davis is not a superstar. He's not Julio Jones. But at the same point, he's a solid number 2. Like I'd like Davis as a 2. Okay, go watch a review. I think I did that with Coleman. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did with that Coleman. So go watch him with, again, like I think a lot of players can talk and you just trust their opinions because they're the players. But when you actually get like a guy like Marcus Coleman who played in the NFL for years to break down film and you see what he actually says about that guy in that play, and then you get his overall opinion, like you can really trust it because they're obviously doing the work. And obviously I'm providing him that work and discussing it with him, which I'm really excited to have Marcus on for both the Garrett Wilson review. So you're getting a DB's view of a receiver, and then we're gonna watch DJ Reed with him too. I already did Sauce Gardner, so hopefully you guys watch that. It's 2 hours and it's a fun review. We get into a lot of technical stuff with Sauce because it's really fun to get into corners. So I hope you guys watch that. So did I miss something with Mims recently from Fregal D with obviously the GOAT picture of that dude with Joe Douglas's face? But I could tell you, Fregal D, I don't know if you're still in here. It's only 12 minutes later, but I've had not so many situations, but I've had a situation where like I'm looking at my phone, I get a text and it's like, oh my God, the NJ Turnpike is shut down because of this terroristic threat, whatever. And then it's like a link and I click on the link to see what's happening. And it's that dude doing his thing. So let's see what you guys are saying. Just give me a second to sip. Yeah, Kev. Like, see here, I'm gonna disagree with you. Like, yeah, he had some drops. He's not dead weight. Like, he's still a good number 2. The thing about him is we only know Corey Davis as a Jet. When he was playing with the Titans, like the last couple of years, obviously he was a disappointment for wherever they drafted him. But his drops this year were an outlier. Like he was more consistent in terms of his hands the last probably 3-4 years of his career. So year 5 was that outlier. Is he going to continue that in year 6? Probably not. Like he's going to at least rebound, somewhat to the norm. Like, he was here with drops throughout his career. 1 year with the Jets here. Does it come back? Probably. Like that's what you look at in terms of guys evening out to their norm. Again, sorry, my nose is bothering the shit out of me right now, but that's what happens when it's May and all this bullshit. So let's see. Will the Jets O-line be better on running plays or pass protection? From Rolland. Run game. Becton, better run blocker than pass blocker. Laker Tomlinson, better pass blocker than run blocker. And those guys hopefully are the 2 best offensive linemen on the team. AVT, I would say, is probably better in the pass blocking aspect. And I would say McGovern is about even and Fant's better at pass blocking. But still, with Becton and Tomlinson, I think they're a better run blocking team. So let's keep I didn't pull it up. Sorry, Ron. Kev Prada, blah, 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 blah. Verge, I can see Mims being on the team. Would hate that Beck that means LaFleur can. Again, I think to a certain aspect, yeah, you want to see him down the field, but if he can't, if he's a lower tier player and he can't produce in your offense, you're not going to jump through hoops to make Mims a contributor. Like at this point, he has to rise to what they want versus them rising to what he wants. Like you guys get what I'm saying there? Like he's not significant enough to make him change the offense. Like perform what they're asking. He should be able to get reps over Jeff Smith and like Tyreek Black last year. Like that. Listen, we could all be positive. At the end of the day, last time we've seen him, he was getting out-repped by Jeff Smith and Vincent Black. Or not Vincent Black. Was it Vincent Black? What was Tyreek Black? I was thinking Vincent Smith, and I combined it with other guy. Joe Scherzer. I think Schobert is hurt. Okay. Ian Polk predicts the Jets will start 3-5. So the bye is after week 9. So what are you predicting for the Bills game's the last game, right? So 3-6. Are you predicting you're predicting 3-6, Jim Polk? Right? 3-6, and after that you have the Jags, you have the Bears, you have the Vikings, you have the Seahawks, you have the Dolphins again. Like, you have some winnable games. Realistically, I think if they start 3-6, you could very realistically see them finish 8-9 with the second half of the schedule. The first half, like Jim Polk is saying, is very tough though. Could 3 wins happen? 100%. Anything less than 3 wins, we're getting into really disappointing territory. So Cager problem is his joints, more weight will stress it. Yeah. And yeah, no, it's a good point. Joints, knees, all that stuff, knees, ankles, and him adding weight to that and not having as much fat to absorb hits and all that stuff. I'm not about it. I don't think he's gonna make it. Kirk at 17, effing bananas. Yeah. 17, 18, whatever it is, right? There's a year where it's like 20, right? Corey Davis and Christian Kirk have very similar career numbers, and I think that's fine to say. Like, if we could take Christian Kirk on this team for $12 million, I think we'd take it, right? And I think that Corey Davis is about. I think it's a good point. Like, I look at Christian Kirk and Corey Davis almost the same way, like in terms of their ability, like where they stack up in the league, and the Jets signed Christian Kirk for $12 million instead of 17, 18, 19, wherever the hell the Jaguars did. So, and if anything, Corey Davis probably. I could be wrong. Let's see. Mike, Big Daddy Funny as Hell. Okay, we're gonna jump off in a minute. 9:42. I'm sure keep that in mind. I'd be sure to keep that in mind, Joe, about Big Daddy. Belmar. You're from Belmar? I guess you're behind in the chat, because we haven't talked about location in a while, but I've been to Belmar a couple times. Let's see. Would you have preferred Travis Jones, Dean, and Pierce Spiller instead of – okay, so hold on. So Travis Jones or Dean and Pierce Spiller instead of Breece Hall are you talking about because, like, they traded a 5th-round pick? Well, they traded from what, 38 to 36. Obviously, they used the other pick in the trade up for Jermaine Johnson. So would I have preferred Travis Jones, Dean, and Pierce? I'm trying to think about like how exactly this works out in terms of the picks they traded to get up. But in general, Dean was obviously hurt. So if Dean was healthy, would I prefer Dean straight up versus Breece Hall? Undoubtedly Dean. Like I think Dean is a top 10 player. I thought Dean was a top 15 player. Obviously he had injuries. But so yeah, straight up versus Hall, but that's a hard question to answer because I don't have the medicals. Now Dean and Pierce or Spiller. I'd have to watch, Kev. Like you, and I don't like to lie to you guys in terms of like, oh, I know this guy is this and that guy is that. I'd have to watch to be completely honest, but gun on my head right now without really having to watch these guys, would I rather have Travis Jones and Isaiah Spiller over Breece Hall? I don't think so. I think Breece Hall is legitimately that guy. Could be a top 20 running back who's going to help out Zach Wilson. I think now if you ask me this question and we had Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, Josh Allen, any guy who was a really like a lockdown top 10 guy, I would prefer package one, Dean and Pierce or Travis Jones and Spiller instead of Hall. But with Zach Wilson being in such a big year for him, I'm going to take the best running back in the draft over adding, a Pierce or a Spiller who could easily bust out his like, listen, the thing about Hall is you're expecting him to be a top 10 to 15 running back. Pierce or Spiller could easily be number 2s, number 3s, be gone out of the league in a couple of years. So Brees being even a little bit negative on his ceiling, he should be at least a very solid number 2 at the minimum. Where Pearson Spiller can completely flame out. Like Brees should be a top 15 guy. His floor should be a very good number 2. And that's a bad floor. Like, listen, like we talk about him in the second round, but like we're talking about him like he could have been up there with the Sony Michels and the Clyde Edwards-Hilairs and maybe even the Zekes and Todd Gurley's and Melvin Gordon's of the world. If he's a number 2, that's still a disappointment. So like I'm trying to even hedge my bet there. Sup with the fly shades. It's somebody asked me to do it before. Let's see. And it's nice. I'm not gonna lie. The blocking this you see in there right there. Blocking that is kind of nice. It feels right. It does. I think I'm just gonna start wearing shades, and people are gonna hate it. I don't care. I'm a big no shades inside guy, but in this situation, where to buy Jets jerseys from China? I don't know. My friend does it. I might if Rucker gets a couple of touchdown catches this year, I might have to just do like a order of Rucker. But this one I got straight from the Jets shop. So Jets reminds me of the character Shades from Luke Cage. I don't know who that is, but I'll have to look it up. Just so you know, the face on that dude with Lombardi Trophy as his unit. No, I know it's JD. It's not completely JD's face, I don't think, but it's like almost his face, right? Like I could see it. I've seen a picture before. Is JJ starting? If so, that would mean JFM gets kicked inside. JFM should be inside anyway, and Rankins get kicked to the bench. Yeah, I would say so. JFM should be inside anyway. So I think like if you're talking about just like base starting package, end of the year versus beginning of the year. Let's just do end of the year because then we talk about guys' development, all that stuff. I think the 4. Let's just label it this way: the 4 defensive linemen with the highest percentage of snaps will be JJ, Lawson, JFM, Q. Rankins will be a guy who's going to get 50% of the reps, 55% of the reps, sub in at D tackle. But yeah, it's safety concern because I think we are actually deep there with Riley, Davis. Okay, so the thing with Riley is like, it's a concern. Riley was a scrap heap guy who played pretty well. Davis has been a complete bust. Joyner hasn't played safety since 2018. And then people bring up Pinnock. And I know if you're a habitual listener of the stream, you know that Pinnock's couple of last weeks, which I'll show you plays if I have to, was more of broadcast view impressiveness than film impressiveness, because there were plenty of plays where he was breaking up the play where if the quarterback was on time, he would have got beat for a long touchdown. So Pinnock was not good at safety. He was not. And I will not back down on that. Again, when you see on broadcast, offensive line, quarterback, ball thrown, boom, it's there. Pinnock makes the breakup. But when you don't see, or what you don't see on the camera, on the bird's eye, the actual film was Pinnock got burned. And then because the play was delayed, Trevor Lawrence had to scramble out. He was able to, who initially lost his threat, he was able to catch up to that threat because of the delay. Whereas if the play was on time, boom, targets hit, Pinnock is way far behind, shrieking for a touchdown. Like that's really how it happened. Being really simple and trying to do this in reverse order because I'm facing a camera. So let's see. Yes, Murdoch JJ starts kicking JFM inside. It's the Jets paid JFM to be a rusher as a D tackle. They didn't pay him as a D end. Don't get that twisted. His maximum potential is a third down defensive tackle as a rusher. It's exactly why he got paid. So Mike Saunders, yes. Dean is going crazy with his workouts online. I don't know what the medical problems are. What were they like? I really don't know. So, okay. Keep moving on. Just a couple questions, and then we will get out of here. I heard someone say Brees was a pivot in the plan to support Zach after not trading for AJ and DK. I kind of agree with that. Honestly, like Virgil, it's not the worst line of thinking. I really have to really dive into the thinking of that. But if you're looking at, okay, we're going to trade that second round pick for one of those guys, would you rather have Garrett Wilson and Brees Hall, or would you rather have Debo? Like, obviously, I think we're realistically going to say Debo, but I get that trade not going through, flipping your thinking into, okay, now it's not a linebacker at 38 or 36, wherever it is. Now we're going to take that running back to give Zach Wilson even more of a chance. So 7 and 10, massive improvement, but just enough to hate and disrespect. Yeah, yes, Friggle. This is my floor. 7 wins. That is acceptable. Anything below that's bad. Joe hates Pinnock. If you ain't know, it's not that I hate Pinnock. It's just the Jags. I think it's the Jags game, the Texans game. He played safety, and a lot of people when they talk about safety, they're talking about Pinnock can be that guy. He's not that guy. Like I feel very similar, and I'm not saying the same in terms of like hating a player, but the hype with Pinnock is very similar to the hype of the Greg Dortches, the Bless Austins of the world, where people saw 1, 2, 3 plays on the broadcast angle and assumed that the guy is great. When you actually watch what he was doing, it was not good. So Pinnock it's very low shot he's going to be a successful safety. Could it happen? Sure. Would I love to eat crow on that? Yeah, but if you guys think what he did against the Jaguars was impressive, he got 2 PBUs. I can show you the play right now in terms of him being to the ball very, very, very late and being very lucky the ball was delivered late. So, let's see. Leo's brother. Yeah, John Schnell. I have no idea. Kev. M. Darrett, Screw, Debo, and Hill build up and develop our own guys. Yeah, sure. And Hill won't be the same as he is in Miami, but Hill is still great. Like let's not act like I'm not gonna lie. Would I rather have Hill right now? Yeah. Would I rather have Debo right now? Yeah. Would I rather have AJ Brown right now? Yeah. But they didn't land him. It is what it is, and I like the direction they're going, regardless of that. Corey Washington, how do you feel about Sherwood? Not good. I didn't like him at Auburn. I didn't like him for the Jets. I think that he's going to be a role player, backup at the best. I don't feel like he should be starting. I did a whole review on him. I've talked about him plenty of times, but it is what it is. We're going to keep him on. Let's see. I'm going to close it out, though. Starling Marte would be a better free safety than Ash. I love Starling Marte. That's great kept shot. I love that. Real 84, then show the fucking play, please, just so we don't have to keep hoping that you. What game is that? The Jaguars game? Let's see. I'm gonna show these plays, and then I'm gonna get. I'm not gonna explain it because I don't want to explain it, but I'll just circle them. Jags. Right, Jags, week 16. Let's see. This is gonna be the last thing, just to prove that I have it. And then I'm gonna go without having to explain it, because if you watch the show all the time, you'll hear me really, really explain it in that show. Share screen. But I'm not gonna back down from a challenge here. Show the play. Okay, let's go. Where are we at? It was a Jags game, right? Blair, Parks, Wilson, run blocking, Coleman run, spin concept. Pinnock beat. Let's see. So Pinnock is to he's right here, I think. He's near safety on the hash. I think that's him. Yeah. Okay. So this is a play where, again, if the ball is delivered on time, he's beat. Like, and I for some reason didn't show the entire thing, but Pinnock at the end of the play where you can see him in the screen is running completely the opposite way. And again, whether it be, I'm not going to try to break it down, whether it be cover 4, cover 3 bracket, regardless of what the situation is, he's running completely the opposite way. The receiver breaks underneath of him. And if the ball is delivered right there, short, it's a touchdown. Oh, but the ball is so delayed, so hung up in the air that, yeah, Pinnock gets there. Oh, great play by Pinnock. He was right there the entire time. He was right on him because right now, broadcast is now flipping, and now you see it. And, oh, he's right there. But in reality, he was not there. He was beat on that play. He got completely spun because he opened his hips up way too early and started bailing out of there way too early. He should have been a lot more tight. And at this point, this being this high, he should have flipped and got square to the line of scrimmage and backpedaled a little bit, or at least shuffled, bailed without as much emphasis on running straight down the field. And there's another play, I think, in that game. Let's see, Pinnock. I think it was this game too, right? Pinnock almost beat. This is a play I think he breaks up. I think he's right here. I think he's right there. Watch again. This is Pinnock. Made a great play. He was right there for the breakup. And okay, cool. I appreciate the speed turn. I appreciate all that stuff. But when this guy's your primary threat and this is how you're playing it, and you're running completely over top of him and letting him get it under you, it's not a good play. Pinnock is not in a good spot right here with this guy, with this being his primary threat, with whatever their defensive structure was for him to get to that point. Not a good spot. But on broadcast, we're just seeing this. Oh, yeah, he speed turn. Oh, yeah, he got to the ball, knocked it out. Cool, awesome. But he was beat pretty badly, guys. Like beat. Yeah, now the ball is hung up. It's late, obviously, because Lawrence held onto the ball pretty long. There was some pressure in his face. But I'm telling you right now, if the ball was delivered right here and short, or even just on time, it's completed. And these are the two plays that you guys talk about. Oh, Pinnock killed it in the Jaguars game. Both these plays were not good plays. He recovered okay, but that's not good. That's what everybody talks about, right? Or am I wrong? But those are the two plays that I just showed you that Jets fans' entire opinion of Pinnock going forward are based on. Right? Or am I wrong? Tell me if I'm wrong. And that wasn't broken down at all. You guys can see it. You guys are smart enough to see how bad that play was. So, a few more comments. I'm going to get out of here. I'm tired of guys trying to clown the Jets, build our team so we can keep. Yeah, of course. Agree 100%. Joe. Enough seeing it. Yes, Mike. I would love to see the wide view of games. That's why I like to sit a little bit higher. I can't sit low and just see broadcast angle. High is for the bird's eye. So, well, it looks like we'll be drafting a safety high next draft. Yeah, they probably will. I think linebacker, D tackle, safety. To be fair, Pinnock measurables are elite for a safety, sure, but I'm sure Jamarcus Russell was also elite for a quarterback. Corey or free agent safety in 2023. That's hard. I'm not all in on Pinnock. I'm just saying. Yeah, no, he could. He could. But I'm just saying based on last year, people think he's much closer to being a good safety, where I think last year was not good either, and he has the ability to be a good safety because of athleticism. I'm not going to bank on that though. So I did research. Show. Read my comment. What's your comment, Murdog? If JJ's starting, that means we have 10 new starters, upgrades, and depth for offense. Laken Tomlinson, Becton, Garrett Wilson. Like, it depends on what you label as a starter. 6 defense, counting Lawson. Joyner as news too. How can anyone really think we're going to be bad this year? No, it's a good point. We're adding a lot of better players and a lot more healthy. Hopefully, a much more healthy roster. So, other reason people are high on Pinnock's PFF, I'm with you though, Joe. Yeah, because at the end of the day, he gets the PD on the play. It's a higher rated play. But how's the process getting to that PD or that pass, or that hit to knock the ball out? That was Pinnock's first time playing free safety, I think, based on his measurables. So, Mike, I don't know if I just froze, but a lot of people are basing their opinions of Pinnock at free safety based on those two plays. He has the ability, the size, the aggression to play safety. Could he be a successful one in terms of his technique? I probably not. He's played corner a lot. So, yeah, he could, sure. But am I going to bet my house on it? No. Do I think it's probably, let's say, a 15 to 20% chance he's a successful even backup safety? That's probably where I'm going to lie. Like, that's where I'm at right now. At 10:07 on May 17th, whatever. But appreciate all you guys being here. I'm going to go. I'll be back next Thursday with Kyle Smith talking with you guys. But I'll see you soon and appreciate you as always for tuning in. And I especially appreciate a lot of you guys for commenting on a lot of the other streams. Like I see a lot of you guys on Buffalo or NY Jets Buffalo fan, or no, sorry, Buffalo NY Jets fan. Seeing you guys on Jets Media, seeing you guys on Let's Talk Jets, seeing you guys on Jets Talk 24/7, like commenting, oh, love Joe, love the show, love this collab, all that stuff. It helps me a lot, and I appreciate it a lot. So thank you guys. See you, Verge. See you, Kev. See you, Rollins. See you, Nick. See you, Mike. Again, appreciate you, and I'll talk to you soon.